Oh, that's good.
Yes, you. What was this random
Mm.
last?
Okay, man. Hmm. No.
out in a digital ghost town way past sane. Lives Cont and Karen riding high on his imaginary range. And behind that cowboy tantrum like a circus gone wrong, March his loyal little sidekick singing Karen's angry song. They don't ask him questions, they don't dare disagree. They just nod like bobbleheads saying, yes, your majesty. It's a wild kind of loyalty you only see in cartoons. Quantum Stockholm Syndrome under neon moons. Oh, Quantum Stockholm Syndrome, where the nonsense flows like a broken down poem. They follow that man like he's wrangling the sun, though he's riding the donkey and calling it a gun. Yeah, they're stuck to him tight as duct tape on a broom. Quantum Stockholm Syndrome. Welcome to the Doom Saloon. Now Flatsy climbs a deputy this runaway ranch, trying hard to spell logic, but she ain't got a chance. Bless her little soul, she's a walking rodeo crash, with a cooking channel brain and a conspiracy stash. She says Karen's always right, even when he screams wrong. She's the queen of confusion in a 3-chord song. If common sense was cattle, she lost hers long ago, and just smiles and says, yup, like she's stuck in slow-mo. Oh, Quantum Stockholm Syndrome, where the nonsense flows like a broken down poem. They follow that man like he's wrangling the sun, though he's riding the donkey and calling it a gun. Yeah, they're stuck to him tight as duct tape on a broom. Quantum Stockholm Syndrome. Welcome to the Doom Slum. Then there's Irish Brian with a Guinness-shaped heart, standing by Karen like they'll never be apart. He cheers every rant, every meltdown, every yell, like a best man at a wedding wishing Karen well. He says, hey, you're brilliant when his hero explodes, even when Karen's facts fall clean off the road. It's loyalty so blind it should come with a cane, a bromance forged in pure malfunctioning brain. Then we got Jenna strutting in like she's teaching a class, swinging big confidence with knowledge made of glass. She's a one-woman seminar misunderstanding things, with a high horse taller than a church bell rings. Talks loud like a sheriff but shoots blanks every time, misquotes every thought like a karaoke rhyme. But Karen claps along, his kingdom needs a clown, and Jenna fills the job like a rodeo showdown. Then drunk Adam stumbles in holding beer number 9, trying hard to focus on the live stream line. He slurs, Karen's a messiah as he falls off his chair, living on government checks and a fridge of despair. But he's loyal as a hound dog with one floppy ear, shows up to defend Karen every night of the year. Though half the time he thinks he's defending a tree, but hey, that's the squad's whole ideology. Oh, quantum Stockholm syndrome, where the nonsense flows like a broken down pond. They follow that man like he's wrangling the sun, though he's riding a donkey and calling it a gun. Yeah, they're stuck to him tight as duct tape on a broom. Quantum Stockholm syndrome, the funniest doom saloon. Raise your hats, boys, and toast this motley crew. A circus of loyalty together with glue. If Karen ever rode off, they chase him through the haze. Because since left town, and they're stuck in a sideways maze. Well, gather round, friends, let me tell you a tale about a man with a tantrum the size of a whale. He stomps in the forums like he owns the whole town, but the second you ask him for proof, he breaks down. He's the legend of nowhere, the sheriff of Span, the kind of cowboy who argues with a traffic can. He calls himself a leader, but he's barely a fan. He's quantum Karen, the myth, the meltdown, the man. Oh, quantum Karen, riding high on his delusion, wrangling screenshots full of lies and confusion. He's the king of nothing, just a dust bowl clown with a YouTube ego bigger than a ghost town. Yeah, quantum Karen, always screaming and swearing. If drama was a horse, he'd sure be the one wearing it. He chases folks away like a prairie storm's wind. Quantum Karen, the outlaw of his own imagination. He'll twist every word like a lasso gone wrong. Makes a mile-wide claim with a brain half as strong. He'll preach on a live stream with fire in his eyes, but you fact-check the guy and it's all chilly and lies. He picks fights with shadows and calls it a win. Starts a brawl with a cactus, then calls it a sin. He's the town's loudest echo in a canyon of noise, a grown-up tantrum in a cowboy's voice. Oh, quantum Karen, riding high on his delusion, wrangling screenshots full of lies and confusion. He's the king of nothing, just a dust bowl clown with a YouTube ego bigger than a ghost town. Yeah, quantum Karen, always screaming and swearing. If drama was a horse, he'd sure be the one wearing it. He chases folks away like a prairie storm's wind. Quantum Karen, the outlaw of his own imagination. Now I ain't one for gossip, but the stories I've heard. He once rage quit a chat cause someone used a long word. Says he's saving the world while he's losing his mind. A tumbleweed hero left 2 steps behind. He's the rootin' tootin' king of taking things wrong. A dusty old jukebox stuck on the same sad song. So if you're riding the range and you hear a loud cry, don't worry, it's just him yelling, everybody else lies. He'll say he's the savior while he burns down the barn. He's a one-man stampede in a thrift store yarn. But bless his poor heart, he just can't understand. Respect ain't something you demand with a rand. Oh, quantum Karen, riding high on his delusion, wrangling screenshots full of lies and confusion. He's the king of nothing, just a dust bowl clown with a YouTube ego bigger than a ghost town. Yeah, scary storms wind, quantum carrying the outlaw of his own as a major sin. So tip your hat, boys, let's all ride on. Leave quantum carrying howling at the dawn. 'Cause ain't no town big enough to share with a guy who argues with tumbleweeds walking on by. Well, Nathan wrote a book and he handed it on down to old Quantum Karen, the saddest clown in town. He said, fix a couple pages, just a tiny little chore. But Karen's ego kicked the door like a bull in a hardware store. Nathan's book ain't missing pages, it's missing him. Karen said, I'll give it back once my name's on the spine. Nathan blinked real slow like, buddy, have you lost your mind? But Karen's ego whispered, claim the whole thing, son. And Karen nodded proudly like he'd already won. Oh, book band to Karen, king of the petty and small. He ain't 6 feet tall, but his ego's 10 feet tall. He locked that book away like a gold bar in a vault. But the only thing bigger than the mess is that book thief's fault. He didn't write the story, didn't draft the lines, but he's demanding credit like he authored Frankenstein. He's holding that book hostage like a low-budget villain. Buddy, blink twice if your ego gets to feeling too chilly. Oh, book band to Karen, put the novel down slow before your big old ego makes the whole thing blow. Nathan wants his book back, but Karen's pride says no. Saddest outlaw ever riding. Look how great I am, roll by just your ego stealing stuff again.
Sorry. Excuse me. There you go.
Down in Pickle County where the logic runs thin, Quantum Care in Oakley, we're making noise again. Master Yoder wrote a list saying, friends, please don't persist in using arguments so bad they make the angels hiss. But Karen grabbed that paper, read the first line, and he froze. Said, this ain't no guidance letter, this here's Hitler's list, I know. And Oakley hopped behind him, yelling louder than he thinks, turning every correction into some conspiracy that's things. Now they're screaming at the barn door, stomping up the dust. Flatsy Kleiny's Yodel crying, saying Yoder betrayed our trust. Rivers drooling, Jenna schooling, Dunning Kruger with a twist. Irish Brian shouting, Adams drunk and swinging fists. All because they can't resist keeping every bad argument that's on Master Yoder's list. There were claims about elevations only working on the flat, sailors navigating through its level, nonsense like that. There ain't no bottom-up horizon, just use Zoom to bring it back. Karen said it with conviction, though he couldn't work the math. But Yoder wasn't angry, he just sighed and shook his head. Said, I ain't trying to shame you, I'm trying to clean the mess instead. But Karen ain't the type to listen, he'd rather light a fuse. He took the whole correction as some personal abuse. Now they're screaming at the barn door, stomping up the dust. Flatsy Kleiny's Yodel crying, saying Yoder betrayed our trust. Booker's drooling, Jenna schooling, Dunning Kruger with a twist. Irish Brian shouting, Adams drunk and swinging fists. All because they can't resist keeping every bad argument that's on Master Yoder's list. and said bad arguments. Baby, that's how we make the news. But Master Yoder just kept smiling, calm as a man can be. Said if the shoe fits on your logic, don't blame that shoe on me. So now the barn's in chaos, every night's another fight. They're defending every busted claim with all their might. While Yoder's sipping sweet tea, watching Karen lose his mind. He's the king of wrong conclusions, but the loudest of his kind. Now they're screaming at the barn door, stomping up the dust. Flatsy Klein is Yodel crying, saying Yoder betrayed our trust. Booker's drooling, Jenna schooling, Dunn and Kruger with a twist. Irish Brian shouting, Adams drunk and swinging fists. All because they can't resist keeping every bad argument that's on Master Yoder's list. So if you're riding through Pickle County and you hear a wild stampede, don't you worry about no cattle, it's just Karen and his breed. Yoder tried to help them, but they'd rather stay confused, turning doubt and sin to tyranny and facts into a beast. Master Yoder wrote that list to make the nonsense cease, but Karen saw his name between the lines and cancel Yoder for peace.
Yo, man. Anyone in here? Oh, it's only DJ. Shit.
Ang fileino.
Hello.
Sutti
Tutti pa
pa
usare?
This is more about the object known as the moon. Because isn't it just a mysterious eye in the sky that we have observed since mankind gained consciousness and 2 eyeballs to discern reality through the compilation, aggregation of photon particles? As I smoke this Cameroon nub with a split end here, let's see how this goes. The moon. Well, it's pretty interesting because I think for most people it's sort of a mystery because, as far as I've been able to discern from the population of the world, most folks don't take astronomy. Most folks don't take any physics, any science of any kind, and so the idea that the moon is up there should be pretty mind-blowing, to be honest. I mean, if you don't understand gravity, if you don't understand the planets and celestial orbits, as at least told to us by the organizations that can't seem to get a picture of the Earth that's consistent with any other picture they take of Earth, how does one gain any level of calmness about the moon? What do they say? They say, oh, it's a full moon out. Now, for me, the full moon is really pretty simple. If you're going to commit a crime at night, you'd want as much natural help as possible. And a full moon's going to provide a tremendous amount of light for your dastardly deeds. But there are claims on the internet that when you measure the effect of sunlight, it obviously warms things. But they're saying that once you measure the light temperature of the moonlight, that it cools things down. Now that should absolutely positively compete with every single theory we understand about hot and cold. And just to kind of help you understand the basics, the reason why something is cold is that its atomic mass aren't moving that much. It holds still. It's in a restful state. That means all the frequencies that have ever bumped into that particular area that is very cold have all been absorbed, they've all been dissipated, and now this object is really holding still. Now, it never really holds still, but it's holding a lot more still than other things. Things that are hot are exacerbated, moving around like crazy. The tennis ball that never stops, the pool balls that never stop, just bouncing off everything. So the only way I can imagine that the moon's light could cool us off would be that whatever frequency that light is coming at us, it somehow has a counter frequency. And where you wanted to stand up, let's just say, to get moving, somebody just bumps you on your shoulder back down into your seat. So you were going to get rowdy, you were going to get up, but they just push you down in your seat. It's force that pushes you back in your seat, right? Now, I haven't personally done that experiment, and I've seen enough fake crap on the internet that I'm not going to repeat the fact that, or I'm not going to say that the moon's light cools things off without actually doing it myself. That's what they say. But now, what the hell is the moon? Well, it's far away, and unfortunately, when you want to disinformation everyone in the world, it's very simple to disinfo anything that is intangible to your hands, to your feet. We have heliocentric people that believe it is a orbiting ball around our ball that has an average distance of 236,000 miles away. It's way too big to be a moon of Earth. Its approximate diameter is like 1,200 miles. Our diameter is 7,900 miles, almost 8,000. It's over a tenth of the size of Earth. And when we look at all the other bodies in space, their little moons barely get to the size of their planet. And ours is abnormally huge. Now, I think we'll go through some of the revisions of what the moon is from the Flat Earth community, because I think it's actually fairly compelling to think about, because there seems to be something up with our moon. It is unbelievably a combination of astronomically against mathematical algorithms all coming together to be what it is, where it is, And I guess you could throw in how it is. Now, what happens when we look at it? Well, you can look at it with your naked eye and you get that little painted surface you've seen your entire life because you're not allowed to see the other side of it. Isn't that interesting? It never slowly rotates its backside to us. It is in perfect rotational orbit and its own personal pole orbit such that we only see the face that we see. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is really pretty much hard to believe. Like impossible to believe for someone like myself. And why is that so hard to believe? Because you've been raised your whole life with that's just the way it is. Don't feel strange. Well, when you do statistics and probability, you have to put in all the variables. And once you put in all the variables and you adjust for their possible value range, you start multiplying everything together. And you start realizing how many possible options, a particular situation could have. So if you were to have a lottery ticket and it has, say, 10 numbers, and all those numbers have the chance of being the number 1 through the number 65. Well, then you multiply 65 times 64 times 63 times 62, all the way down until you reach 10 multiplications of that algorithm. And what number that you come up with at the end of that lottery ticket is that to 1 that you're going to win. So every time they add a few digits onto lottery tickets, they're fucking you on an exponential level. And yet eventually somebody wins. So Earth has an orbit. Earth has a spinning speed, let's just say, or heliocentric, has its own spinning speed. Then it has its speed around the sun, which we can assume because it's 666, it's a lie. In terms of the amount of speed that we think it does. Everything is 666 the whole way through. It's absolutely nuts. But the moon has its diameter, its polar spin, and its orbital spin around the Earth. And those are just the basics. And when all those things come together, those are 6 distinct variables, right? That's not to take into account its true gravitational poles. They tell you that the moon is in an elliptical orbit. An elliptical orbit would change drastically its behavior. Not everything would be unified. But somehow, this all came together, and we only see one side of the moon the entire time. Oh, and let's throw in something else. That when it goes in front of the sun perfectly in a solar eclipse, this random placed object in space around our Earth, even with a elliptical orbit, on any given day, it always perfectly covers up the sun. The sun is some random 93 million mile away ball of hydrogen, as they tell you. They never tell you it has helium as well, about 40%. And the moon perfectly blocks out the sun. Unbelievable. What are the odds, people, that we have a moon that is way too big for our planet, that its face is always facing us, and we never get to see the backside of it, and then when it does an eclipse of the sun, a solar eclipse, that you always see the crescent ring once the eclipse is sort of reaching its end? What are the odds, people? Now, there are a tremendous number of conspiracies on YouTube regarding the moon. There are conspiracies called Project Bluebeam, which is that somehow a group of human beings destroyed the moon, or it was a mothership and it flew away, and that Project Bluebeam is a laser that actually projects an image of what the moon used to look like in the sky. Alrighty? Now, I don't know how this Project Bluebeam works, because they never tell you. They just tell you, it's frickin' lasers, man. Frickin' just shoot a laser in the sky, so it's going to stop in the middle of nowhere. But that was several years before this emergence of Flat Earth. And I think that one of the funny things that Flat Earthers have never really talked about is if you did have a firmament dome over a disk, what happens if you project against the dome? Did you create an illusion that something's up there? Then there's a bunch of debate about whether or not the moon has any dimension at all. Now, if you're an artist, especially a 3D artist, even if you're just an artist and you've done plenty of perspective artwork, you'll know that the moon appears to be definitely three-dimensional. Why does it look three-dimensional? Well, the meteorite patterns or the meteorite impact patterns that are all over the surface, which might be bubbling surface patterns, do foreshorten, do turn around a spherical shape. All right? So it appears 3D. That is what I think is indisputable. It appears 3D. Whether or not it is, well, I don't know how important it would be if it was a disc, if it was a projection. I can assure you that if it's a projection, that the projector is not on planet Earth, most likely. Plus, projection has a bunch of disturbing moments between the projector and the actual receiving surface. Anything that flies in the way is going to get lit. And we never see that. So I think the projector idea is sort of maybe not totally true. But there is an interesting phenomenon that has been videotaped that I think is relatively compelling. And it's called the lunar wave theory. If you look it up, the moon lunar waves are just lunar waves. If you look it up, what is happening in this theory is actually pretty fascinating. And you have to understand that I understand digital cameras pretty much like the back of my hand. I understand how the light comes into the lens. I understand how it hits the sensor, how that sensor is then rasterized into various forms, stored inside little SIM cards, stored on hard drives, how it's post-processed. So what you see when you look up lunar waves is that people have taken really close photographs, video recordings of the moon. And there appears to be a scan line that will come down the surface of the moon. If you just keep looking now, if you just look a couple seconds and you pull your head away, you'll most likely never see this occur. But if you stick your head inside of a camera and you continually look, you'll see scan lines. At least in the footage that is published on YouTube. Again, someone could get pretty clever and create this theory just by messing with their own footage that has none of this. But let's just say for a split second, the hypothetical is that this is real. You start to see a scan line go from top to bottom or from bottom to top. And at first your mind goes, oh, well, that's probably something inside the camera. I will tell you that I am unaware of any scan line recalibration that occurs inside of a camera. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen in some camera somewhere that I haven't seen, but I'm unaware of any camera that could get away with selling a camera if these scan lines were a part of the camera's inner design. I would imagine that it would take a couple months before someone would say, hey, my home videos have all these wiggly scan lines that happen, because this happens pretty frequently, is the interesting thing. But there's another thing about the scan lines. If this is a hoax, someone has taken this into account. And that is that the scan lines have a slight curve to them. They appear to curve exactly to the contour of the moon. I think that's interesting. But now what's interesting is that you'll watch these sort of conspiracies online, and God bless them for bringing us this footage, especially if it's real. But the imagination as to what it could be and why it has to be there is really non-existent. I don't hear a lot of good theories about it. Now, let's talk about the idea of the scan lines on the moon. If there truly were lunar waves, which I'm calling scan lines, on the moon, then what we're really talking about in terms of what we're seeing is a bug in the software. A bug in the hardware design that makes the illusion of the moon occur. So the civilization that has enough wherewithal to create this thing in the first place has got a bug, and they haven't fixed it. In fact, it would pretty much jeopardize everyone's belief in the moon if these occurred. But now here's the other thing. There are hours and hours and hours of footage of the moon that I have seen that I've never seen any of these lunar waves. So if they occur, they occur very rarely, and it's odd that when people want to find them, they find them. And maybe it's because we're not looking, but there have been all these, stories about the moon having large structures on them, which we're going to talk about. And they'll sit there and film something for 8 hours straight, sit out all night. So it's hard to have both sides of the fence. Big, giant, brilliant conspiracy and stupid scientists. Now you might think, well, that just means that whoever set this thing up is left and it's got a bug in it now and they haven't come back to fix it. Okay? That's possible. Sort of unlikely that they would have the wherewithal to be there. They couldn't bring a maintenance team within at least a few days of it starting to have this glitch, especially after it's been reported a couple of years ago. Hell, I don't even know how far back the theory goes. There are theories that the moon is a gigantic mothership, that there's an alien race. There's a couple ways they talk about it when you talk about it being a mothership. John Lear has his beliefs as to how this could be a command center. David Icke and friends have the whole different theory. And essentially the theories vary like this. On the dark side of the moon, which you're not allowed to see, are space stations. Not human. In some cases, we're going to get into what they say about everything else, but they say that there's photographs. John Lear thinks every single bump on the moon is a tanker truck, a road, some sort of building, some habitat. And I'm pretty lenient with that kind of stuff, and I can tell you I have never looked at anything that made me think it was. If there's any sedimentary rock as a result of a meteorite impact on the moon, they try to say it's a mothership, of course, or a little tiny ship, Look at that ship parked in the bottom of the meteorite. He must be mining for unobtainium. But the other theory is that the entire thing is like a Death Star. It is a gigantic mechanical spaceship. That's why it's too large to be in an orbit around us. It stays in perpetual orbit around the Earth, and that perhaps maybe the occupants come and go in their small ships, and they stay on the backside of the moon, and that way we don't get to see their landing sequences and their egress sequences, right? But then there are theories and claims, that the astronauts did go to the moon, and the reason why we don't hear any stuff, and the reason why they had to fake all the return evidence of going to the moon on the same day, was that they bumped into alien artifacts, they bumped into alien cities. It was a Ray Bradbury novel come true, that it's the Martian Chronicles, except it happened on the moon. And I'm going to tell you why that story started, and the power of that story, and why you do not want to repeat that story if you probably care about the truth. What if you're trying to tell a fib about some place that you went? Let's say you're a young couple in your teen years and you're like, oh my gosh, we actually are going to tell our parents we're going to the movie, but we're going to park our car somewhere and work on, practicing the making of grandchildren. And so you can either tell your parents you went to the movie, and then they're going to ask you, if they're suspicious, tell me about the movie. Tell me, what did you eat? Did you get some popcorn? And they just ask you to lie to them if they think you're lying to them. And you're going to do your best to kind of keep the story together. And then she's got to remember everything about it as well. Or you can misdirect the parents, and you can validate instantaneously the lie that you're trying to tell through misinformation and misdirection. You come in, I'm going to build this out of my own past. I'm going to combine a bunch of stories that didn't happen at the same time. But you go home to the parents and you say, they go, did you have a good time at the movies? And you say, did I ever? You wouldn't believe what happened at the movies tonight. Why? What happened? The manager of the theater went outside and grabbed someone's 10-speed and actually drove it down the center of the theater, turned around, at the bottom. He actually fell. Then he got back up, got on the bike. He's wearing a 3-piece suit, and he rides it straight out of the aisles, back up into the other theater, as we understood later. Crazy, amazing. What have I just done to that parent? They are now so utterly focused on the fact that the manager rode a bicycle into the movie theater, and that who would make up a thing like that he has absolutely forgotten, or she has absolutely forgotten to ask about the details and the minutia to prove that you went to the movie theater. Because what kid would come home and tell a story like that? I used to work at the movie theater, then I left, and then I came back and worked for them, painting gigantic murals of movies, and that actually happened. The manager took my 10-speed, and he had the workers open up the doors to the first theater. He went down, turned, bailed, came back up, went through the lobby. He had the guy open up the other door exactly at the right time so he didn't have to lose any speed, and he goes down the other aisle. Absolutely hilarious. Everybody's laughing their heads off. But the reason why astronauts are now coming out and saying how much they saw UFOs and and it was one of the astronauts that lives in Malibu, and he keeps showing up to this little UFO clique down there. And of course, it's all built out of people who want to believe, and so he's just feeding them what they want to hear, telling them that there's space stations on the moon, alien space stations, mind you. So that's the power of astronauts talking about that. The other one is that they'll take photographs of the moon mission, and they've used a high-con filter in Photoshop and really discovered the scaffolding in the warehouse in the background. Well, NASA's cover was to say, those are the alien space stations. I mean, they don't say it themselves, but they have astronauts say it for them. And everyone feels so enlightened in the end. So those are where those stories come from, right? Now, the thing is we've never been to the moon. We never have. Even if you want to believe that we have created a spaceship that could, subsequently after 1972, well, I guarantee a few things would have happened. Let's just say that in 1999, somebody came up with the anti-gravity ship and we're able to get there constantly. And it really is a real object. It's not just a disk in space, like a flat disk. It's not just a projection. It really exists. It's 1,200 miles wide. They would start hauling everything up there that they said they put up there in the first 6 missions. They put the reflector there. They would put the lunar module there. They'd still be fucked if the lunar module doesn't have enough room to hold a rocket engine, a habitat system, a fuel cell, some type of fuel container, that could power that 10,000-pound thrust engine. All that wouldn't really make any sense, but at least they could put it up there. And the other thing that they would do is that they would claim that they had a device that could go back and take pictures. Even if it couldn't, they could launch the Saturn V type thing right in front of your face, believing that we've got conventional rockets that do what it does. And somewhere over in South America, they have a little test facility like Contact. Here goes up the anti-gravity ship, and it takes everything up there. And so they'd be filming using technology that's 10 times more intense and sophisticated than the crap that we didn't use to go to the moon. Now, there's another theory, which I actually think is very cool, but it relates to the flat Earth round disk format of the Earth. And for everyone who's so butthurt about flat Earth potentially being true, I don't understand it myself at all. Why people have to take sides just blows my mind. This isn't a political election of 2016. This is just basic science, right? Joe Rogan and his massively obese, green-bearded, jersey-wearing buddy have lamented on and on about how they can't stand Eric Dubay putting out theories about the flat Earth. And I just think, why take a position? Why take a position? You've not been in space. You've not seen the Earth from space. You don't know. And all the space organizations of planet Earth simply cannot produce images of the planet Earth that are remotely related to the Peter projection map, which we know is the certified dimensions and proportions of all the continents. Google Maps doesn't match the blue marble shot that the astronauts brought back from Apollo 17. So you cannot take a position. You can only take a religion. And why do that to yourself, right? Now, if it's not heliocentric, or it does have this sort of weird relationship where the sun and the moon are two bodies that orbit about 3,200 miles in the sky, which again, I've defined 100 ways of how that could work. Actually, I've defined a couple ways 100 times. It doesn't mean that we know what the disk is, or that we even know it's a disk shape. Ugh. Fucking for all we know, it's like a transverse wave disk, and it's got all wobbly shit in it. Who knows? But you don't. You don't know the shape of the Earth. You don't. And all those ISS videos that Joe Rogan and his buddy try to submit as proof, again, pull your head out of your ass and look at the proportions of the continents and the curvature of the Earth in those shots. Go buy a globe from Toys R Us and just compare it to those ISS shots. It's not remotely the right proportions of the Earth. The atmosphere is so utterly, massively thick on those shots. It's absurd. The atmosphere of Earth is thinner than the paint on a basketball, if you ask NASA, if you ask all the cosmologists and all the astronomy people. We don't have a, 3-inch thick atmosphere to a 10-inch ball. We don't. Just saying, man. Relax, take a poop. Be willing to have the courage to live with some uncertainty in your life. I think it's so weird when... I'm just going to keep digressing for a split second here. Intelligence is such a interesting thing. I think when you're really smart, you don't really think about being smart that much. You definitely don't make a habit of telling people. And you don't feel like you have to get in a pissing match with people half the time. But I think it's interesting that when some people are told that what they have been repeating may not be true, they make this divisive decision to say, well, because you say I might be wrong, I'm going to take up arms, and I'm going to stand my ground, and I'm right, because my ego simply can't handle that there's a certain level of my closet full of information that isn't perfectly sorted into the truth or maybe or false columns, right? I want you guys to be way more chill than that. Jeez. I think you are. You don't know it's flat and you don't know it's round. You don't. You have suspicions. More power to you, and keep researching. I think that it's a lot easier for us to prove that the Earth is flat than it is for NASA to prove it's round. But we're going to have to do all these laser experiments that they're talking about, right? Don't be surprised if it's got a little bit of a bend to it. Even if it's not a ball that we have access to top to bottom. Who knows, right? But if you're into the flat Earth theory, or you're not, the reason why people are taking another look at the shape of the Earth is because NASA, Japan, Europe, Russia, private industry, India, they've all said they've taken photographs of the Earth from space as a matter of national pride and ego to their people. Look at us. Look how smart we are. And when you compare all the shots, the Earth looks completely cartoony, different, wrong proportions, and NASA is the most guilty party of them all. You don't really need any other space agency. It helps, trust me. But they've just created atrocious photographs. Because it doesn't match the Peter projection map even on the highest quality shots. They're not real. They match your globes in your schools, and those are fake. They're close, but they're not. They're not accurate. So inside the flat Earth theory, you have a disk. The Antarctica is not an island. It is a border, a barrier made of ice around the outer edge of the disk. And circling on the interior, in complete beautiful correlation with the ocean's warmth patterns and the equator's warmth patterns, you have first the sun that's going in a circle, and then you have the moon going in a circle. And they're going at slightly different orbital speeds, and that allows the moon to show up during the day, and it also allows the moon to eclipse the sun during the day at some points in time. Again, if you stay in the same place on Earth, my astronomy teacher always said it's 27 years to see a full eclipse of the sun. That's how rare it is. But the interesting theory I heard, which is actually, I think, somewhat believable, more believable than Project Bloombeam, is that the moon was a sun. It was our first sun, and there potentially weren't two suns. There was just the one. And that it burned out like a light bulb. And that perhaps the sun, I should say this, the sun perhaps faces us very similarly to how the moon faces us. Now, our sun definitely rotates as far as we're able to discern from the photographs we get from universities and space agencies that put big giant lenses in front of telescopes and film the surface. It's a big rotating ball. Doesn't appear to have the same face on us, right? People who are electrical engineers now look at the sun's surface and think it's entirely following an electrical pattern, which is fascinating. But now imagine that the moon is not pockmarked by a bunch of meteorite impacts, which it appears that it has been, but a bunch of boiling marks. It's an interesting idea. I think that the impacts are so crystal clear and so beautiful that it's not that. Looks to me like it's been pummeled at one point. But now here's the really odd thing about the moon. It has obviously been in a situation where if it was your boyfriend or girlfriend, you would say they look like they've been hit by a Mack truck. If that was acne scars, then they had a really bad teenage year, right? So it would appear that if we take into account that it is pockmarked by a bunch of meteorites, where the hell was it? Where in God's name was the moon when it got so ripped to shit? You're trying to tell me it's an orbital mass around the Earth and it got hit that much? There are literally tens of thousands of impacts, if not millions of impacts, all over the moon's surface. Now, what is the knee-jerk reaction to that assertion? Well, man, the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, therefore everything that comes in gets through and just hits the surface. You know, we're on Earth, we got an atmosphere and it stops everything. All right, Jethro. Let's take a look at the moon's surface. Let's look at all the diameters of all the impact zones, and let's reverse calculate the size of the shit that's been hitting the moon for a long time. Because I'm telling you right now, the stuff that's been hitting the moon has been big. That little crater in Arizona, right? It was a mile across, 3 miles around, half a mile down. That was supposed to be a Greyhound bus sized meteorite that made it through the atmosphere and hit the Earth. That's the theory anyway. Then you have meteorites the size of cities hitting the moon. You have meteorites the size of continents hitting the moon. I mean, it is utterly phenomenal, the impacts on that. Now, they say they have mapped the dark side of the moon and that it is absolutely worse because it is the backside of the gravity pool, the gravity well of Earth and the sun, I guess the sun too, but of the moon, and then it gets pummeled more because it's the backside. How convenient, right? If that's true, then it'd be the worst place on Earth. Worst place on the moon to build a space station, alien or otherwise. But now man's been around for quite a while. In terms of looking at the moon, we've been around for at least 400 years where we've been grinding telescope lenses and taking a look up there. We've been looking at the moon for thousands and thousands of years and paying attention to it. I am unaware of any recorded history for, say, the last 1,000 years where someone said the moon took a big hit, man. We got a lot of rocks that came back to Earth. We had a big meteor shower because it splashed on us. There isn't, as far as I know, any geographical indications that the moon has suffered any major impact recently. where it's a little less smooth. So it would seem that our friend up there called the moon was in the cantina somewhere calling everyone racial slurs and got his ass beat. Somehow something happened to that moon, and he got utterly pummeled while Earth didn't. The Earth has a lot of impact zones, we believe. In fact, we think that we have quite a few, and that just through an atmosphere, the erosion of water has calmed everything down. But now, I want to point you to the expanding Earth theory once again. If you're not familiar with expanding Earth, then you're about to have your mind blown. You look up the two words on YouTube, expanding Earth, and you might want to add to that the name Neil Adams. And I cannot remember for the life of me how he spells Neil. I think it's Neal, but maybe Neil. But he has uncovered the fact that Earth most likely is a ball, and that it expands a certain number of centimeters, right now around 18, 19 centimeters a year. And it's due to the fact that the center of the Earth is a plasma core. He doesn't really assert that, but if you take Tesla's studies and Eric Dollard's studies, that's what you come up with. That accounts perfectly for the North Pole, South Pole polarization, but using electromagnetism and not a big nickel core. The idea that they've told you what all the layers are inside the Earth is utterly asinine. Right? Again, man has an ego that won't allow him to have an unknown, so we just make shit up. And we don't put a little star next to it going, this is what we think is in there. We just say this is exactly what's in there. Well, I'm willing to bet that our gravitational force would be potentially more if that stuff was down there. Maybe not. Maybe the plasma core is 100% sufficient in blocking ethereal winds, thus giving us the gravitational force that we have, right? But Neil Adams has done a simulation using his algorithm on the moon's surface. And I will tell you, it is amazingly believable on a geological level. As a matter of fact, all of those dark ocean pools that you see when you look up at the moon, the ones that don't look like meteorites, they call them seas. Once the seas are all collapsed and the edges are brought together in a uniform algorithmic way, you will find that there are half meteorite impacts on the west coast versus the east coast of one of those seas. What does that mean? Well, imagine that you know that South America and Africa were connected. You can just tell. They fit like puzzle pieces. Well, imagine they were together and a meteorite impact hit right along the fault line where it's going to rip in half. And one side's going to go be Africa and the other side's going to be South America. Well, then you would have a dish, right? A dish impact in the ground, which is what a meteorite shape is. And half of it will be in Africa on the coast, and the other half would be on South America on the coast. Well, on the moon, there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of these split impact zones on either side of a sea. And what he is saying is that because we are targets of the sun, which has a bunch of electromagnetic properties to it, that every celestial body has this magnetic core, this plasma ball core of absolute stem cell energy that can be anything it wants to be, but it pushes on the outer crust, which is cooled off, which we live on. And as it does it, well, the Earth has to expand. All these earthquakes in the Midwest, maybe they're from fracking, maybe they're just from the fact that the Earth is expanding. I bet we're in the middle of a shift right now. Italy's getting a bunch of earthquakes. Places that don't normally have earthquakes are getting earthquakes. We're getting sinkholes all over the Earth. Well, when you shift the bottom bowels of the crust, which isn't that far down at all, you're going to create little gaps, and eventually those gaps are going to continue collapsing until the surface collapses into those gaps. This is why I believe when you go to Arizona, off the Interstate 10, you have these huge plateaus. Well, those plateaus aren't silicon trees. Those are the former surface of the Earth, undisturbed. And in the surface that we live on continually, it goes down, down, down because the Earth's crust keeps getting stretched like pizza dough. But we talked about the flat disk theory and gravity. And again, one of the things I saw Joe Rogan say the other day, which is fair game, is he read a comment that says gravity doesn't exist. And he goes, man, I can't even wrap my mind around why anyone could say that. Because obviously we experience this illusion, this phenomenon, as WikiLeaks calls it, or Wikipedia calls it, excuse me, and all the other science book calls it, called gravity. So it exists, but why would someone say it doesn't exist? Well, what they're trying to say is that mass pulling against mass is not true. There's no scientific theory that explains how mass pulls on mass. There isn't. That is why gravity is a phenomenon right now, meaning we can see it, but we have no idea how it mechanically works. Here's the theory, all right? It's very simple. And this is why I get frustrated when people repeat things that say gravity doesn't exist, but they don't add a little bit more to the statement. Because at that point, it feels like they're just carrying around something that they've heard, and that doesn't do anyone any good. We know that there's air in this environment that we're in. So the air can exist on Earth in two different ways, based on the two theories of heliocentric versus flat Earth. On heliocentric, it's pretty easy. You have a ball that's turning about 1,000 miles an hour, and the atmosphere isn't bound to the Earth, and so it moves at a slightly different pace. And so the oxygen is just this floating layer. And of course, it is influenced by the rotation of the Earth, so we don't get completely swept away. Although, again, as I said in my Flat Earth episode, there are a lot of problems with the idea that we are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour only at the equator, and that at the North Pole and South Pole, we would be spinning at nothing. And the idea that if you were to fly from, say, Mexico City to the North Pole in a straight line, that you would have to countercorrect for the Earth's rotational orientation to you in the sky, because you're not connected to it. The idea that you should be able to lift up in a helicopter, hold still, and let the Earth move underneath you is a pretty sound idea. Physics would allow it. So the flat Earth idea is based on some form of a firmament. Now don't worry about the biblical ocean above as it is below kind of thing. Maybe. I don't know why it would ever have to be that way. But let's just say we're in a little snow globe. Again, rainbows are not the shape of the atmosphere above. Rainbows are in the shape of a firmament, and I can't explain how light would create a rainbow in your storm clouds and a rainbow in your garden hose and never ever take the shape of the atmosphere above, which is perfectly flat according to our orientation on planet Earth. But now we understand water. Joe Rogan understands water. Joe Rogan's counterpart understands water. And what can happen on water, the surface of the water? Well, you can hold your breath, lean back on your back, and float on the water, can't you? And if you go down 10 feet with your lungs full of air, you can just stop swimming and you'll come back to the surface. You may not get your nose over the water, but your head will go up to the edge of the water. And why is that? Why is that? Well, your lungs are displacing, like a hull in a ship, the water pressure underneath you, and you have, at the surface of water, of an ocean, of a pool, you have more agitated water particles moving around, and they will push you up. Because there's so much pressure underneath you from the totally compact water down below that it's literally pushing you up. But now what if you go down too far? You go down 75 feet. It wouldn't matter how much air you put in your lungs. Now you have done something magical. You have put so much water above you that now, if you stop swimming, you're going to get pushed to the bottom of the pool, if it was that deep, or you're going to go to the bottom of the ocean and you'll be crushed into a piece of Pez. All right. Well, you understand that. Divers understand that. You don't have to have much intelligence over a 5-year-old for someone to understand that. So now you're wondering, how does in a flat earth model, how would the sun and how would the moon stay up there? How is it even possible? And the answer might just be, well, oxygen is just a thinner version of the same physics that the ocean provides divers. And when you're up high enough, there's more pressure underneath this oxygen to keep a fairly large object up there. Now, the big difference is that these objects would not be the diameters that you are told in science school. The sun would not be this object that's like, 10,000 times the size of Earth or whatever it is, it wouldn't be a 1,200 mile across moon. I don't know exactly how big it would be, but it wouldn't be that big. And if it's made of plasma energy inside, which is why we think we can see into the bowels of the sun, and we call those sunspots the blackness inside the sun. Scientists will tell you that the interior of the sun is cold compared to the outer crust. That doesn't make much sense at all, especially if it's a big giant helium-hydrogen ball that will eventually burn up all of its fuel in supernova. That object's going to be way hotter at the center than the outer core, the outer edges, excuse me. So if this thing is a floating plasma ball with a crust that is igniting on one side and one that's cold as ice, it's not that anyone put it there to have a yin and yang experience of hot light and cold light. Maybe there's some scientific, spiritual theory to that. Wouldn't have to be. But perhaps the very inner core of these objects in space are just like the lungs in your chest, displacing the pressure of air, and therefore it has a natural buoyancy because it is high in the sky, 3,200 miles up. Now, 3,200 miles up is nearly 10 times as far as the space shuttle's ever gone. The space shuttle, I believe's total orbital maximum it's ever achieved was about 450 miles, and that's when all the astronauts started to die due to radiation poisoning, which introduces the theory of the Van Allen belts, right? Now, the Van Allen belts are only theorized on a heliocentric ball. The center core of Earth is made of plasma. Those plasma particles escape the South Pole and go around the Earth in a pole, and they come back through the top of the Earth. It's all invisible, just like you might find in a magnet with shavings on your tabletop, or with a piece of paper underneath it, or above it, excuse me. So maybe those poles exist on the sun and the moon, and those are like little rocket engines, little stabilizing engines that are invisible that hold it into place, sort of kicking off the air pressure down below. Why do we experience gravity here on Earth? Well, because we're underneath the oxygen, and the oxygen is doing what the water does in the ocean. It pushes us down. But unlike the ocean, which weighs metric tons above us, that crushes and bends steel, we just have enough pressure to keep our feet on the ground. Why is there wind? Well, there are certain theories about the fact that this stuff goes in a circle. There are sort of goofy theories about angels that blow horns and keep the wind going in circles, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Perhaps the Earth doesn't rotate, but the firmament does, and that creates wind. We certainly know the stars rotate in the sky. There is the anomaly between the South Pole and the North Pole, that the stars rotate in a different direction in the south versus the north. There are Russian scientists that have written books about the moon, and I believe one of them translated as something about who put the moon there, or who built the moon. But why does it matter? Why does any of this matter? Well, it sort of comes down to that question that we ask flat earthers. You see, when you believe in a heliocentric ball Earth and a galaxy that's a lot like Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek or George Lucas's Star Wars, you start to become very accustomed to the feeling of being sort of insignificant inside a giant universe. I mean, you don't really feel insignificant per se. You know that we're a pretty amazing creature. Flat Earth, people who believe that, some of them are very biblical, and they're saying, look, it's proof of God, and it's proof of the Bible, it's proof of all the other religions that believed in a firmament and a disk Earth, which was the theory up to about 500 years ago. And that supposedly we gained a tremendous amount of significance all of a sudden by reorienting ourselves under the palm of God in some firmament. Now, I would suggest that if there is a creator of any kind, a central consciousness to the universe, which we might refer to as God, that it wouldn't matter where we were in his palm or his bosom or in his universe that were pretty significant. I think it isn't a stretch to suggest that all living beings, plants, animals, insects, all of it is significant. I keep coming back to the thing I thought of while doing one of these episodes, which it is seemingly interesting that everything that seems to finish any evolutionary development or creationistic development, however you believe it to exist, it's beautiful. Everything is beautiful once it reaches its ability and its privilege to contain a heartbeat, any sort of electrical pattern of life. It's pretty amazing. Things are gorgeous. Mantises are gorgeous. Was it the tarantula hawk, which is a wasp? It's unbelievably gorgeous. Fish are gorgeous. Birds are gorgeous. Plants are gorgeous. Humans are gorgeous. How is it that all things that have seemed to have achieved the privilege of life seem to have beauty built into them? That, for me, shows intelligent creation. We don't necessarily have big, giant, ugly blobs, rolling around the surface of the earth with teeth hanging out of one side and hair out the other and an eyeball that kind of meanders around. We don't have any of that. We have beauty. And, maybe as a scientist, you stroke it up to the fact that algorithms are just like that. I think that's a bit of a stretch, my friend. What is beauty? What is it? Isn't it in the eye of the beholder? Sure, a spider will scare the living shit out of you, but if you slow it down and you create a little bit of distance through perhaps looking at it through a photograph and not it crawling up your leg, you have to look at its face, its body, its arms, all of it. Its knowledge on how to weave a web, how to catch prey, how to procreate. It's pretty gorgeous. Now, there's some frogs that are pushing the envelope on my definition of beauty, but in the end, it is unbelievable how masterful these creatures have become. Now, let's look at it from a creation standpoint. Well, we have two going theories, right? There's sort of a something from nothing atheist view of the universe, that all this beauty and all this mathematics and engineering and number sets and all those intellectual sacred geometry things are just spawned from nothing. Well, that's an IQ test that all those people are drastically failing. You can't have something from nothing. You can't. Something always had to be here. And perhaps simply because we have a birth, a life, and a death, that we believe in these paradigms of nothingness because we believe that we were nothing at one point and that we will return to the nothingness, which I believe is categorically incorrect. So what would the moon be in these two theories? Let's just say you're a ufologist, you believe in aliens. Maybe you do not believe in the something from nothing, but you can't quite put your finger on it, and you're fine with the unknown, and that's cool. In that particular tense of the argument, would the moon be a calling card, a clue to their existence, perhaps their personal orchestration of the third rock from the sun? Are we a Prometheus drop-off of their DNA? I absolutely believe that there has been massive hands-on intervention in our creation. We're the dominant species on this planet, but as infants, we are absolutely food for prey. Not unlike little puppy dogs that can't open their eyes for the first few days. But some creatures are born completely ready to go, right? A horse starts walking in the first 60 seconds, right? Watch the birth of a dolphin or the birth of a whale. They're ready to go. They're completely ingested up to consciousness, up to the ability to swim from the moment they're born. And yet we all get along in this weird ecosystem. We have to eat each other, unfortunately. Some people see that as an act of no God in the universe. How could a creator create this cycle of eating each other? Maybe that's got some points to it. But maybe there is no such thing as death. And therefore there is no sin in killing to eat. Now, dearly hope that we don't start eating each other on the human-to-human level, of course. But what if the firmament exists, and this is just 1 degree from God? We are all 1 degree from God. Now, I believe that on a spiritual level, we are 1 degree from the central consciousness of the universe. But the idea that there couldn't be a intermediate life force between us and God that would participate in our creation, sort of silly. Like there couldn't be aliens that helped create us, and we are them, right? We always try to distance ourselves from them because we don't have direct contact with them. If the Gene Roddenberry world were ever the truth, then you would assume that all these bipedal creatures that keep showing up in all the Star Trek episodes, well, seems like we're all sort of having 2 arms and 2 legs. Even though that's a fictional construct, it's pretty interesting. We don't have ufologists and people that have supposedly been captured by aliens that I've ever heard of that say, oh my God, they had 6 legs and 2 heads and 22 eyes and a mouth in their belly. I never heard that before. It's always a bipedal being with 2 eyes, slit for mouth, something like that. A reptilian, 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs, all that stuff. The moon is a very strange object. Very strange. And its relation to the sun ties the sun into the phenomenon of its very being. It does. And that's why Russian scientists for more than half a century have simply said, you know what, we're going to observe the moon as it is, and we're going to revel in its amazingness. We're going to scientifically document its probability of being there without assistance. And they have concluded, some of them, that there is intelligence in its very existence, and I happen to agree with them. Now, I don't personally have any need to believe it's a mothership, but that's not necessarily the truth. You know, my suspicions of it not being that doesn't mean it's not that. I do find it interesting that the folks that have claimed that it is a mothership wholeheartedly say that they've, their evidence is psychic communications with other invisible aliens in space, just like the Nibiru Planet X theory. I tend to think that those people are looking for attention more than they're looking for actually trying to prove any revelation in consciousness for mankind. But next time you look at the moon, keep all these things in mind, because this is just the first step of really kind of looking at it in a different way. And what's interesting is there's so many of you out there that will look at the moon and you'll just have a different way of thinking, perhaps a more simple way of thinking, and right away something will occur to you and you'll go, oh, no one's ever said this. Doesn't that make sense? And you post it in the comments, or you make your own little video, and you start to realize you are the pioneer of the next theory that maybe brings us a lot closer to what the moon really is. I think you feel me. I wanted to do one on the moon for quite a while. Wasn't quite sure if I could make it an hour. I think I just crossed the marathon finish line. I'm at about an hour and 10 minutes, so we'll see after editing how far this goes. If you like this episode, please like. If you dig the series, please subscribe. Understand it's a variety show. Subjects will change. Just ignore them if you don't like them. I have worked to create more playlists because a lot of the videos were not fitting in any of the playlists that I made. So I added social, science, and creativity into the mix. I also created one called spirituality, and I handpicked all of the episodes into those playlists. If you think I have one that's in the wrong playlist or one that should be in a different playlist, please just let me know in the comments and I'll move it in there. Anyway, take care of yourself and someone else, and I'll see you in the next Deep Thoughts. Over now.
Yo, Happy New Year's, guys.
Yo, Happy New Year's, guy.
Happy New Year's. Good morning.
Hello. What up? Hi, русский есть?
Welcome. Don't be scared now. I seen your microphone unlocked, so we know it works. I ain't gonna bite you. Welcome to our new person.
Hello.
Hey, talks. Someone didn't want to talk to us.
I'm new in this server.
Oh, well, there you go.
Is it
Good
really
server
helpful?
for practicing your English.
Yes. Is it really helpful?
Is it really helpful to practice English? Well, if you'd wish to speak English, then yes, practicing is helpful.
From where I should start?
From where? Just being in the
I should start A1 beginner, A2 beginner, A4 beginner.
For a beginner?
I'm a beginner actually.
I don't think you're a beginner. I think you're a little bit next level up.
Intermediate, huh?
Nearly. About halfway between the two. Normally,
You're talking in which accent?
I'm talking in an Australian accent.
Which?
Australia.
Australia. Oh, I see. You're from Australia?
Yes.
Hey.
So out of all of the channels, how come you dropped into this one today?
I just suggested a guy. I'm a video editor. I was talking in video editing server and tell them to I want to improve my English. They suggested
Yup.
this server.
So why this channel? So the whole server, why this channel?
One guy just said, search the English hub. I searched and joined.
Yeah, so the English hub is a server. In the server, there is multiple channels. Why did
Oh,
you pick
why
this
this
channel?
channel? I'm jumping from one and one.
Are you just jumping in to have a talk to people? You saw lots of people and went, yep, going in there.
I don't get that. What you just said?
You looked down the list and saw lots of people in this channel and said to yourself, yes, I'm going in that one.
No, I started from veganism is better, but they're just arguing and throwing shits each other. Then I joined which Ask a Muslim.
All
They
right.
are they were very peaceful, but no one is talking actually. They are playing something. Then I jump into Science and Tech Lounge. The nerd guys. They were not cooperating that much. Hey Ahmed bro,
Right.
hello. Ah. Hey Matrix.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you watch cricket?
Not really. Sometimes a little bit here, a little bit there, but I don't watch as
I
much as
know
what some other people do.
some players of your country. Uh, Australia is the best cricket team in the world.
Only when they're winning.
They always win. Recently, I started handling foreign clients. I'm not so good at English. That's creating lots of problem actually.
That's why you're here, remember, for practice.
Yes, actually. Exactly. I'm too good at editing, but not so good communication skill.
Who else have we got in here? Duke just dropped in. Ahmed. Someone but who?
Why everyone is in silence?
Why silence? So they can hear you talking, so you can practice your English.
Hey Ahmed bro, where are you from? he just left the chat. What is your profession, Matrix bro?
My profession,
Yes.
at the moment, I am a maintenance officer.
Maintenance officer in where?
Or where I work. So my job is to hire and fire contractors for the maintenance and upkeep of my facility. So when they do their job properly, I rehire them. If they don't, I tell them to go away.
Your accent is different. I'm very used to American accent.
Yes, that's pretty common.
Also familiar with British accent. You watch TV series?
No, I don't watch much television.
Mhm. Movies?
Yeah, I watch movies.
Tell me your top 5 favorite movies of Hollywood.
My top favourite movie, probably The
Uh,
Matrix.
The Matrix.
Yeah,
And
and I've probably watched that enough time to not worry about having any more on my list.
did you watch Interstellar, Tenet,
Yeah, I've seen them.
Inception?
Seen them. Yep.
Hey, bro. Yo.
How's it going? Oh, gone. Oh, he's back.
Hey. Yo, bro.
What's happening?
How are you, bro? How are you?
Oh, fantastic. I get to go to work today, and then I get the
What is
weekend
your
off.
work?
Maintenance
What?
officer,
Nice. Where from?
Australia.
Such an amazing country. Good.
Yeah, it's pretty
Okay, how old
flat.
are you?
I noticed that. How old am I? Well, not that
Nice.
my age has got anything to do with the shape of the ground, but I'm 47.
47. Nice. Okay, 47. Oh my god. You old.
Love it.
Joke.
I like
I'm
to
joking.
consider myself experienced, not old, but anyways, I
It's
consider that
okay.
funny where I
So
work.
that's okay if you have money. But you are poor like me. I'm 20. That's bad.
Well, so money is everything,
Yeah?
really.
What do you think
What do I think? Money is not
about
everything, my
money?
friend. Money's a curse. Yeah, fair enough, it can buy you
Bro,
food and stuff, but it's a curse. It's the root of all
money,
evil.
you have money to live. Money live. Okay, money can't buy your happiness, but it's make you happy, right?
Depends.
Yeah, depends on your environment and country, I guess. Okay, I have a personal question.
All right, what do you got?
Are you married?
Am I married?
Yes.
No, not married.
Okay, why? I mean, you are 47.
Why?
Now
I
you
haven't
have.
found one. I haven't found one that I hate enough to give a house to yet.
Okay.
That's a joke, mate. Don't worry.
Okay. You make me crazy, bro. Well, I'm 20. I'm poor, but I want marry. Yes. You know I can't
That's
because I'm poor. But if I have money, yes, I will marry.
fair enough.
But
So tell me,
you are 47.
what
Is that you?
what
Are you kidding me? Yes, bro. Ask me.
what do you think about the shape of the ground? Is it a ball like we're taught at school, or is it planar or flat?
To the flap.
So you think it's flat?
Um, yes, I guess.
You guess you're not. Sounds like you're not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure, bro. I can't see it, bro. I mean, how we know?
So, well, you could measure something if you're not sure.
Okay, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, that's what I think. If you're not sure about something, you measure it.
How we can measure it?
How can we measure it? Well, we could probably get a laser and shoot that laser across a large body of water, like a lake. And
Damn,
if there's curvature, we measure from one side of the lake, laser only 5 foot, go to the other side, 20 miles away, and measure, and that distance should be a lot bigger.
bro. You measure it by laser, right?
Well, you measure by measuring the distance from the laser to the water.
So what's the result?
What
Flap
the result?
or what?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
very flat. How about
Okay.
I post up some laser tests for you, and you can see for yourself when my computer wants to. There it is.
Oh, I joined. I didn't read the address. It is a flat Earth discussion. Discord. Okay. I don't know, bro. I'm not scientific.
You don't have to be, mate. There you
Okay,
go.
bro. Have a good day.
In the side chat, I just posted up a whole heap of stuff for you. You can have a look at those.
Okay, I will.
All right, peace, man. See ya.
Yeah, I should. Okay, what the all point? What we gonna? What the benefit about all that?
What's the benefit?
Yes, if we know or not.
Knowing the truth.
True. Okay. Okay. Do you believe on God?
Do I believe in what?
God
I believe there's a creator.
of university, right?
Or you can call it whatever you want, of this place that we live.
So, what is your religion?
Doesn't matter. All I know is that the
I'm
ground
not
is measured
religion.
as
Just a
flat.
question, bro.
All I know is the ground is measured as flat. And that you can
Uh,
see that it's been created. And for a creation, there must be a creator. It's a very simple, logical path.
okay. What is your name,
What?
by the way?
Who? When? Matrix.
Matrix. Do you have channel on YouTube?
Say again, sorry?
Do you have channel on YouTube?
Do I have channel
On YouTube.
on YouTube?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, yes, we do. The YouTube bot up the top. If you click on that, it will take you
Where?
to the YouTube channel. The one that says YouTube bot number 2.
Wait.
Above
Yeah,
your
I
name.
got it. I got it. Okay, Matrix. Have a good day. I gotta go. It's
You
nice
too, man.
conversation. And
Enjoy
yes,
yourself,
I agree
mate.
with you. The world is flat. To be honest with you.
You'll be
Yeah.
right, mate. Interesting. Alright, and with that, I get to go myself. Alright, guys. Have yourselves an awesome day. Peace.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
The earth is not flat, it's round.
Ask a Muslim. That's interesting. Ask a Christian. Is there ask a Jew? Why does it always switch to Hindu? Why is it never Jew?
What's up, Evening Star? Why are you muted? Evening Star? Speak, or I will mute you again.
What's up, man? I just saw that you muted me.
Yeah, what's up? How did you get? Why were you muted?
I have no idea, man. I think I had a conversation once here and somebody muted me for like maybe the channel owner
You
or
sure it wasn't
something.
another channel didn't mute you?
No, I think
It was
it
this one.
was here.
Okay. What brings you to the FE chat?
I'm just interested to hear some like different approaches, you know.
Truth. What do you said you've been here before, so what did you hear last time you were here?
I mean, it's cool to hear, you know, different opinions.
Well, what did you hear? What do you remember hearing last time when you got muted?
I don't remember quietly, but I was probably trying to prove some point, and somebody maybe did not like it, and
You're proving
I
the globe,
got
you mean?
muted. What do you say? Who's speaking?
You,
The
you,
cyclone.
yeah. You were
Yeah,
trying
go
to
ahead,
prove the
man.
globe, you mean?
Yeah, it was the middle of conversation. I don't quite remember. I don't even remember
Okay.
that I was muted. I think I left before I saw it.
Okay. So you
Yeah.
don't know any of our arguments or our positions on this?
Not really, no. Usually I join in the middle of conversations and then I like try to participate, you know.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to know, we can have a conversation.
It depends. Like if you can trigger the topic, it would be great, you know.
Okay, well, basically, our position is that the Earth's surface that we live on, despite what we're being shown in the media and in textbooks, is not a curved surface. It's not a spherically curved surface. Like the bodies of water are not curving down and away from us, like they're showing us in these images of a ball Earth. And that can be
Yeah.
measured by long distance observation, laser tests, basically surveying big chunks of water, lakes, shorelines, things like that. So, given that there's no curvature, there can't be a ball. So that's basically the position. And for 10 years, we've been asking people, well, show us who's measured this curvature. And there's no measurement. There's just inferences. They'll say, like, Eratosthenes, he measured these angles from the sun, casting a shadow. And then they'll just assume a ball and then do some maths around that. But as it comes to, like, direct measurement of a drop over distance curvature, it doesn't exist.
Right. Like I want to hear your opinion. Like you're a flat earther, right? Like I want to hear like what is your thoughts about like the edge of this flat earth? Like do you
Well, that
think
would be like,
how does it look like, you know?
well, I don't know what it looks like, but I mean, it's almost like asking what's at the edge of reality, right? Because the whole like shift you need to make in your head is that when we're talking about flat Earth, we're just talking about reality, what we experience every day, right? The Earth.
So so if I start to walk, let's say from a certain point and I get back to the same point, does that mean I just mistakenly lost my direction and went back to the same point?
Yeah, well, you'll have had to have walked in some kind of circle to end up back where you started. You can't Pac-Man
Right.
from one side of a place to another in this world. So yeah, you'd be walking in a circle. I mean, if you
So
talk
you
about
think like
circumnavigation, that's what that is, circumnavigation.
right. So you think there is no way to go and explore the limits of this flat
No. Like
um
you and me, members of the public with jobs, nah. I mean, loads of places in
interesting.
the world are off limits to the public, right? They're under military purview or they're environmentally protected. And these are the
Interesting.
These are the instruments they use to restrict travel from the public. So we can't go wherever we want to go. I would say there is likely a finite limit to this place, this system that we're in, but where it is, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah, interesting though. Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knows.
It's very interesting because at the individual level, like it's difficult to prove either way. Huh?
Yeah, it's
You know what I'm saying?
impossible to prove that it's a globe in space. It's very possible to prove that it's a topographical motionless plane, but you can't prove how big it is or what quote unquote shape it might be. Like we're just talking
Yeah,
about,
yeah.
you heard the term empirical. You know what empirical means?
Not really, but yeah,
So
I can
you
Google it.
Google it.
Yeah.
EMPIRICAL, and like empire, empirical.
Oh, empirical, yeah, with E. Okay.
Yeah, with an E.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
go
you know what
ahead.
that means?
Go ahead. Yeah, I
So
just saw it.
it's the foundation of science, right? It's what's observable, measurable, experienced in reality. Yeah.
Yeah.
So not theoretical, not some theoretical math or some hypothetical. What is actually observed and measured. That's what we are interested in. That's what we talk about. Anything beyond that is just imagination as far as we're concerned. So when you look at the empirical evidence, it only gives us flat, motionless, and contained. Right, the system as a whole, it's contained. We're not open to a vacuum. It's more like a terrarium. You heard of a terrarium? You know what that is?
No.
Yeah, it's another one to Google. TE.
Is it like that kind of how you call it, like greenhouse sort of things?
Yeah. It's like a fish tank, but without the water. It's just a closed tank, and you put like
Got you.
earth and seeds and water in it, and it's a totally closed system. And the plants will grow, and life will flourish, and the water and the gas will create their own cycles within this little system, just like we have on Earth. So it's called a
So
terrarium.
basically, we've been like in a big terrarium since forever.
Yeah, basically.
Everything controlled, all the reality.
Yeah. It turns out that we are in a greater being's construction, whatever that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you, man. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Do you have any idea at an individual level how can I prove like this flat Earth
Yeah, long
theory
distance
or
observations.
reality?
Yeah, long distance observations.
Yeah.
You can test how far you can see across the surface, and you can prove that you can see too far for it to be the globe that they say, because the globe puts a physical limit on how far we should see due to the curvature. But that physical limit, when tested, isn't there. You see way beyond it.
Yeah, I got
So
you.
just like the nature of water itself, right? The nature of water is that it takes the shape of its container, and when it's at rest, it'll find level. The surface will be flat. Yeah.
So in that case, gravity also is definitely questioned, right?
Yeah. I mean, gravity, and as far as
Because
the theory or the
yeah,
theories, right? Because we agree that some things fall down and some things rise. The difference is what's causing that, and even the globe side, they're just theorizing about it, and they'll openly admit it's just a theory, right? The bending and warping of space time, it's just a theory.
so yeah, so gravity theory will fall in that case.
Yeah, you only need gravity if you think you live on the outside of a giant spinning ball. They had to come up with a story as to how we could possibly be stuck to the outside of a giant spinning ball, because you'd think, just using your natural logic that you couldn't be on the side of a spinning ball; you'd be chucked off of it.
But hold on a second. Like, have you ever tried that experiment, like of holding a cup of water and like trying to spin that cup of water, and the water won't like won't
Yeah, you're
spill?
talking about like if you have a bucket of water and you swing the bucket.
Yep,
Yeah, but
exactly. Like it won't
the
spill.
globe is not a bucket. Try turning your bucket into a globe, putting water on the outside. What's going to happen to it?
Yeah, but if there is a gravity, maybe like a force that will
Yeah, exactly.
attract
That's
that
what I'm
water
saying. They
to the
have to come up
center.
with that story. They have to come up with that story. But you can't demonstrate that. In your demonstration, you turn that bucket into a ball and put water on the outside of it and swing it around. That's going to go flying off. And then they'll
No, my
say,
point
yes.
is,
But if you have a
yeah,
really big ball, bigger than we can possibly ever feasibly test, then it works. And you just have to go, okay, I guess so. I guess I'll trust you on that. So it's
yes,
undemonstrable, and it
it's not
contradicts
demonstrable at
what
the
we
individual
observe.
level.
It's not demonstrable at any level. It's not. They can't even model it, like with a
But you
simulation.
agree that when I spin the bucket of water, like I can
Yeah, if you
manage
have
to
a
get the
bucket, it's a
water.
different thing. A bucket is a different thing. It's because
Okay.
it's the water is still wanting to leave in the same trajectory, but it's contained by the bucket. But the globe
But you
model
know,
isn't
yeah,
containing it.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, that's fair enough, you know.
Yeah. So all natural law, observation, physics, and everything, it debunks the globe when you actually think about it and look into it. The only thing that supports a globe are images and stories from the government, basically. That's it.
I mean, that's pretty much it, you know, like you cannot really
Yeah,
discuss
that is it.
those unless you have the possibility to
Which you
prove
can.
something at the
And did you hear?
individual level.
And do you hear now NASA are classified as an intelligence agency, like the CIA,
No,
which means
no, no, no.
they can legally lie and withhold information. So they're effectively a propaganda agency, and now they've effectively just admitted it. I mean, they always were, but now they've essentially just admitted it.
I personally checked like the NASA website and some data on the moon, like how I call it, moon mission, you know, Apollo, and there
Apollo,
was
yeah.
a lot of
Right.
like
Santa Claus
manipulation in the
helps.
information there. So
Yeah,
yeah,
because
I
that was
don't
just
quite.
propaganda. That was just propaganda
Yeah,
to make people think that the United States is technologically superior.
but besides that, like, you know, I look at the moon, right? And when you look at the moon, you don't need anything, camera or anything, but it's clearly that the moon is kind of spherical, you know, because with
Nah,
your eye
even
you
that
can
you
see.
don't know. Even that you don't know. If the moon is well, think about it. You're saying the
Yeah,
moon is a spinning ball, right?
I don't know if it's spinning or not. I cannot tell you this. I did not make my own like
Well,
experiments.
we only observe one circular face, right?
Yeah, but you know, circle of face. But if like
So we don't
sometime in
know
the moon
unless you
there
were to
is,
travel to it and around it, you wouldn't know that there's
yeah.
another circular face on the other side or a spherical shape to discover. We actually can't confirm that.
But you know that there is like craters on the moon, right? Surface. So
Well, there's
if you
things
have
that
like
we call craters. We again, without going to that place and walking around it and seeing that they're actually craters, we've got no idea what we're even looking at.
I mean, the
We don't
biggest
even.
ones there are visible, you know, well, almost with
Yeah.
like
I mean,
your
but
eyes, like you can see
you
them.
can see, you can see what we call craters, but we don't even
For
know
me,
if it's
like for me, the
camera.
moon, me personally, the moon, I kind of see and perceive it like without having to do any experiment, crazy experiment, you know. I can
Yeah.
tell that it's spherical
Well, you
as
can
much
believe
as I
it.
can tell you basketball or something is a
No,
spherical
no,
thing.
no, no. You can't hold the moon in your hands like you can hold a basketball in your hand.
Definitely not, but at least
You can
it's
believe it.
like it's
You can believe it
visible,
for sure.
you know.
You can believe it's a sphere. And maybe it is. Even if it was, the Earth isn't. That would
Yeah,
just mean
yeah,
that
yeah. It's not my
flat
point.
Earth
Like
has
my point is
evolved
not.
of it.
Yeah, my point is like not to say like, hey, the moon is spherical, then automatically the moon, like the Earth, is also spherical. But my point is like, hey, look at that, like spherical shape. It exists. You know, it's possible. You know, it's not
Well,
something that I need
yeah,
to
but
wait for government or NASA to tell me
well, you do
to
though because
like that.
you don't. I mean, really, all you know about the moon is what you observe. You don't know anything about it being physical
Yeah,
land with craters on it, or a
yeah,
sphere,
yeah.
or a rock that's reflecting the sun. All of that has come from the government telling you that.
Well, I don't know at this point, to be honest with you. But the
Yeah, you just have to
moon,
start at
like
first
I'm
principles.
personally convinced that like
Yeah, that's fine. You
uh,
can be convinced about whatever you think, but I mean, throughout the course
the
of human
moon, the moon,
history,
not Earth.
yeah. No, I get that. I mean, people throughout
Yeah,
human history have all had loads of different theories about what the moon is. What are the chances that you're correct? Probably pretty slim. I'm not claiming that I know, but
yeah. I get you, man. I think there's a guy here. I heard like that this guy visitor maybe he wants to add something. I'll get muted for now and just listen to the convo.
okay, no worries. Well, yeah, if there's another guy who's got a question, feel free.
I don't even know what we're discussing. Just came here.
We're discussing the Earth and whether or not it's a ball, like they told us.
Mm,
What do you think?
it's not a ball, of course.
You don't think it's a ball?
It's not a ball. It's not a circle either.
What do you think it is?
Hmm. Similar to circle, but not circle.
Like an oval?
Could be.
Could be. How'd you figure that?
Hmm. There's this. There's this law of charges, law of matter.
Law of matter.
Yes. How particles have special force.
Go on.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I don't have much to add onto this conversation. I'm
Well, the
curious to know
particles.
about your thoughts.
What do the particles do?
Mm, what they do is they attract each other.
It sounds a bit like you're talking about gravity forming balls in a vacuum, like the globe.
Gravity is about, yeah, same concept. Masses attract other masses is gravity in a
Now, is
nutshell.
that a theory or is that reality?
It's reality, not
Okay,
a
where have
theory.
you seen these things attract each other and form into balls?
Experiment, lab.
Yeah, which experiment has shown particles forming into balls due to gravity?
I don't know which one. I mean,
Well,
my
I'll
professor
tell you,
did it.
there isn't one. They can't even simulate it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. Not in reality. It's just a story.
Whatever doesn't happen needs to be proved. What's
No,
your
it
proof
needs to
that
be
it doesn't
proven that it
happen?
does happen. If you say it does, if you say this thing happens, you have to prove that. And if you can't prove it, then we can just dismiss it.
Yeah, that defeats the whole point of proving stuff.
No, because the way it works is if I say, for example, I have a unicorn, the burden of proof is on me to prove that I have a unicorn. It's not on you to prove that I don't have one.
There is no burden in proof. There is not something called burden when it comes to proof.
Yes, it's a well-known concept in logic and law. You can Google it. Burden of proof. Google it. It basically says he who is making the claim must provide evidence for his claim.
Well, I'm not making any claim.
Okay, so you're not claiming that particles come together and form balls due to gravity.
I just saw it. I don't know how.
You didn't see it, though. You don't see it. Remember, you said some experiment, and I said which one, and you said you don't know.
I don't know what they did.
They just told you this. They just told you a story. That's all they did.
Could be. Could be. It could be they were lying to me. Yeah, you're right.
Or not even lying. Maybe they were just believing like you were. Maybe they just heard the story like you did, and they just repeated it to you, like they had it repeated to them.
Yeah, that's true. Could be.
Yeah, it's true, because the Earth is not a ball, so it can't have been made into a ball by gravity. That's not what it is.
They're not lying. They just don't know.
Well, your teacher, whoever told you that wasn't lying. They're just believing like you are.
Yeah. Why would they lie? I mean, yeah, you're right.
There might be some people lying, but your teacher isn't one of them. They're just another believer. And who do they all appeal to? NASA.
I think NASA is trying to get us into trouble. They're trying to control us. That's why they're manipulating our thoughts.
Could be.
I think NASA is the real enemy.
They're an intelligence agency, aren't they? So they can lie professionally.
Yeah, they send people to the moon, and we don't even know they are on the moon because we don't see. They're just photos.
Yeah, they didn't send anyone to the moon. That's just propaganda.
Yeah, it could be the AI was created way earlier. They just generated those photos, or maybe they just created something moon-like structure, maybe sand or something. They were standing on sand, created, take pictures and send us, and like moon.
Well, very easy. It's very easy to fake images and videos.
True. I saw my friend was faking his girlfriend. He's using AI.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. So most people are just basing their entire worldview on images and videos that could easily be fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, that's why we like to go and check. We'll see if there is actually a curved surface for there to be a globe. And there's not. So there's no globe.
Maybe I should do it myself. See it with my own
You
eyes.
should double check. You should double check that whole story about you living on a big spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum.
Yeah. I don't think it's a circle, to be honest. Because when I walk it's flat.
Well, circles are flat.
Circles, they have curve, right? They have curve like a ball.
Around the edge, no, not like a ball. Ball has a 360-degree curvilinear surface. A circle is just a flat surface.
Ah, you're imagining a sphere.
Sphere, yes. Sphere is what they claim, not circle.
Yeah, sphere.
Yeah, that's what they're teaching all the kids in school, that it's a sphere.
Maybe the color that we see When I see red, maybe you see it's blue, but the way they teach us about colors, that's why we assume that it's
Well, that
green.
may be. There are people who are colorblind, but we all see a flat horizon, don't we?
Mm-hmm. What happens is when I see a tomato, it's red for me.
As
Like,
well as a flat horizon, we all experience a motionless surface, unless we're in an earthquake, right?
yeah, you're right.
So you experience a flat, motionless Earth every single day, as does every other person on Earth.
Yes,
So we
yes,
all
very
actually know. We all actually do know that it's flat and motionless. We just have the government telling us, "Oh, it's actually a big spinning ball. You can't trust your senses."
Yeah, I think it's all government propaganda.
Well, even if you don't, that is what it is.
Mm-hmm. I believe you.
You don't have to believe me. Just go outside.
See, for yeah, I see myself. It's not a sphere. It's flat surface.
Yep, and motionless.
Yeah, it's obviously it's not moving. If it
Correct.
was moving, then I would be moving also. But I'm sitting
You
here.
would. Yes, you are. Still,
All right, enough with this conversation. I can't
yep.
do more
Welcome to
sarcasm
reality,
right
my
now.
friend. I know that was uncomfortable, wasn't it? You acknowledged reality. That's uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's very uncomfortable and funny also.
Yeah, it's what's funny about it. You're just sitting still, right? You're not moving.
Yeah, yeah.
Or do you think you're moving now?
Mm,
Where are you moving to?
I yeah, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. That's for sure. If I would be moving, my wire will get tangled.
Oh, you've gone back into it.
Yes.
See, but you think the ground is moving.
If the ground was moving, then my feet were maybe they will. I would feel it.
Oh, is that what they say?
Because you when you travel in bus, you feel it, right? The bus is moving, but the ground is not
Well,
moving. I don't feel it.
this would be like sitting on the roof of the bus if the bus was spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. But even
But they tell you
when
just
you
you wouldn't notice that. Don't
yeah,
worry
there's
about it.
always yeah.
No, it has to be true. They've given us images and videos. All the scientists agree. You must be spinning around in your chair hundreds of miles an hour, millions of miles an hour. Yeah, none of that's true. Surprise, surprise. You're not moving. Have we got anyone else? Any other new people in? Questions? Don't be shy. Hey, ladies man, welcome back. I heard you the other night.
Like
You on the
yesterday?
mic? Yeah, yeah.
You were there?
No, 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 I wasn't there. I just heard some of the replay on YouTube.
Oh. You watched that? Isn't that like a few hours?
No, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just heard bits of it. But I heard you speaking and saying that you were taking some notes.
Oh, no. Not actually. Oh, no.
I want to hear some of the notes that you took.
Why?
Curiosity.
Curiosity?
Yeah. Like, what are you writing? What are you
Alrighty.
noting down as important from our conversations? Yeah, I'm curious to see what you wrote down.
I don't know. I mean, it's nothing like important. If you think it's like some like I have some hatred towards you with these notes, I don't. I just
No,
wrote
no, not
what
at
I
all.
hear.
I don't expect you to have some hatred towards us. You must have some kind of appreciation of us if you're listening to us and taking notes. I just wanted to hear what those notes were. Just give us an example. Read off like a bit.
One of the notes I wrote was they don't seem to have the same drive to convert people to the globe. Like not all, but some of them I've noticed they just with my personal experience, they just seem to just want to beat the person in a debate. While I've talked to other flat earthers that I felt genuinely just wanted to give you a new perspective and like in a nicer way.
Okay, so you're saying you were listening and you thought some people were just trying to debate and other people were trying to pass on the information. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, some people didn't seem like they truly wanted to convert them to the flat earth model. They just wanted to debate them and
Well, see,
win
none of
an
us are really trying to convert, quote unquote, anyone into any kind of model. We're literally only talking about empirical reality. We're not talking about models and concepts.
Alright.
So I don't think anyone's doing that, but I can understand maybe where your critique would come from, saying that some people are just more wanting to debate it. But I think that's just the internet and some people's way of discussing the topic, you know? All right, give us another example. What other note did you put down?
I'll give you like 3 max. Well, there's a lot in here, but I'll give you a 0. I don't know. It's like about a page, but Indio. I put he seems I don't know, he doesn't seem that nice.
Oh, Dio doesn't seem that nice. Someone tag Indio.
Okay, maybe let's not get him in here right now.
That's all right. He'd enjoy hearing the critique. Okay, you don't think Indio sounded nice? Why don't you think
Is
Indio
that
sounded
like
nice?
his other half? Because they seem to both be like similar.
What? No.
They both have like an Asian person as their PFP, and like I see them together a lot in the other server.
No, no.
Just wondering. If he gets in here though, I'm
That's all right. That's all right. You don't need to worry. He's a nice guy. He's just,
all
just
about nice
imparting
guy.
information. What didn't seem nice about him? He was passing on information, wasn't he?
Alright, before I say that, Indio, I don't hate you. I'm just saying that if he's listening somehow, maybe this is also on YouTube, but
Yeah, we're on YouTube 24/7. By the way, just so you know, we're streaming all the time.
Alright. I didn't. It's just I don't know. Sometimes I ask a question, and I'll be like a genuine question. And I think, I feel like he comes off as like just instantly like, how could you even think that? Like, did you even just hear what you just said? Like, trying to bash the other person instantly. Like, chill out, bro. I barely said anything. And sometimes people go on like tangents on me, and then like my first claim is like they're not even on that anymore.
Yeah, and I think for something like that, you just have to keep in mind that we've heard the same arguments like 10,000 times. So they're probably just cutting to the end of the argument just as you're starting it, and you're thinking, "Why are you jumping down my throat?" But they're 10 steps further through the argument already. They're just getting to the conclusion and saying, "No, this is a fallacy" or whatever it is. But okay.
Yeah, I can
So
tell
Indio's
people
not
don't seem
nice.
to like me talking about this. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to talk about
No,
this.
no, you're fine talking
I
about
was
it. This is
asked.
fine. This is feedback. I'm just curious what your note was. All right, so give me one more of your notes. Was there anything like relating to the Earth, the subject, like that you were like, "Whoa, this is interesting. I didn't know that." Or is it all kind of just about personalities and things?
It's not all about personalities. Like I wrote down about the ice lake, and how like I was able to see like more than 3 miles without and still see the lights.
Okay. What does that mean?
I don't know. I put my thoughts out. It was very interesting. Said maybe light shining through the ice, but
Like
I don't
shining
know. I
through
wasn't
the
there.
ice.
I mean, I don't really know. I just wrote is an interesting observation they made.
Does it seem like they're shining through the ice?
But I did see that like parts like the it was like half the light. It was like some of the lights were like barely visible. But
Yeah,
yeah,
descending towards
that
the
already like there
horizon.
already.
It's still above the horizon.
How far is it again? Like more than 3 miles?
Yeah, I can't remember which one you're talking about. If it's the frozen lake one, what's that?
It's in like the side chat.
10 miles or something? I can't remember off the top of my head. But okay, so, well, I mean, do you understand the other possibility of that observation being that they're just seeing the lights because they have a direct line of sight to the lights?
Sure.
And you understand that that would mean that the globe model is incorrect?
I don't know if that alone disproves everything, but it's an interesting observation.
But if it disproves the curvature, that effectively disproves everything, yeah.
I don't think
I mean,
anyone ever said the globe was like a perfect sphere. It's mountains.
no, but it's perfect. It's perfect enough that mathematically this would still debunk it.
Right. Interesting.
Okay, so that's a good example of a good note. Something relating to the subject matter, something interesting. Right. Did you take any more notes like that?
Yes. I can. Oh yeah, I wrote how you guys were saying that it seems that someone had just made the globe model, like the spinning person, I mean with the spinning globe, and then had to add to that like, okay, how is someone gonna stick to the side of this globe? You'll just get flung off, and that's how gravity was made. Someone just came up with that because it didn't make sense.
Sorry, you're saying that you heard someone here saying that they came
Well,
up
I
with
heard you guys
gravity?
talking about the spinning ball, how like it was just like someone said gravity so they can make sense of it.
Okay. What is your understanding of gravity?
I learned about it in school, like mass attracts mass.
Right.
Like the larger the, like it's based on two variables, the mass and the distance. So what was it like? F equals gravity times mass 1 times mass 2 divided by the radius squared.
So what does that
Like
mean
that.
in reality? If you were to apply this to physical reality, what would you be talking about?
The distance and the size of the mass
What mass?
of the objects, whatever objects. I don't
Well,
know.
which object are you talking about in relation to this
To the
gravity?
equation.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be my phone. It could be me. It could be my wallet. It could be this tiny like pencil that's on my desk
Okay.
right now.
And what would they be doing?
Nothing. I'm looking at it as doing nothing right now. I mean, I can move it.
Okay, so what does this tell us? What does this tell us about the Earth that we live on?
Well, it tells me that this pencil doesn't have very much mass. It's kind of small. I mean, kind of makes sense. Like I can pick it up, just chucked it at my bed, didn't take much effort.
You're not actually seeing anything attract to anything though in this situation, are you?
No, and I mean, if going off the equation, I mean, I don't know about the whole planet, but just going off the equation of the pencil, that tells me this has no mass, like barely anything.
So why does it go down then?
Why does it go down?
Yeah.
Because the Earth has a ton of mass.
As in the ground you're walking on has a ton of mass.
The Earth. I mean, I'm answering in relation to the equation, what this equation would tell me.
And I'm asking what it tells you about the Earth being a ball or not.
Oh, the ball? I don't know. All I know is ground. From that equation, the ground has a lot of mass, and it's very close to the ground. And right now, I'm about to let go of it, and down it goes.
Yeah, but you seeing it going down doesn't tell you that that was because the ground is a big mass and it's attracting other masses. I mean, it doesn't attract everything, does it?
What does? I mean, if something's really far away or has like no mass, like hydrogen or helium, it might
Well, yeah,
go
well,
up.
if we've got a helium balloon, that's not getting attracted to the ground.
But that would tell me within the relation to the equation that the helium has like no mass. Well, it doesn't have
Right,
no
so,
mass. I'm just saying in relation to the equation, it would tell me that it has almost no mass.
I would either way tell you that everything is not being pulled down to a great attractive mass called the Earth.
Yeah.
So
Maybe if the Earth was a little bigger, it'd pull it down.
it's just imagination at that point. See, they've just hijacked the phenomena of some things going down to the ground and told you that
Maybe the
that's
Earth is
a
like
mechanism
going
that
up
keeps
so
you
fast.
attached to the exterior of a spinning ball. They've not given you any evidence for that.
Maybe if I were to look at this, I'd say the Earth was rising up super fast and like accelerating, so everything got pulled downwards.
Yeah,
Kind of
some
like
people have
on a
theorized.
roller coaster when it accelerates and you get pushed back in your seat. Maybe something like that.
It's called inertia.
Wait, so you mean do you think the Earth is rising up to meet
Sorry, my mic
something
died. You hear me?
that's dropping down?
Me? No, I was just saying like a what if for fun. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I could say that, but like, what evidence do I have for that?
All right. Well, my advice to you is good job with the notes that related to the subject rather than the people. Focus on doing those and research the things you're finding interesting. I mean, I'm sure someone could have the gravity discussion with you, but you want to really focus on the curvature, I would recommend. But anyway, I'm going to be dropping off, so I don't know who else we've got on the FE side that can pick this up. DJ, you about? Or is anyone here? Says who?
Yeah, I'm here for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I need to drop off anyway, so I'll catch you guys later.
Catch you later, Cyclone. Have a good one, man.
Peace out, dude.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. So, like, you were saying if something has a lot of mass, it attracts things to it?
Sure, I guess so.
Like, okay,
I'm just
so
saying, when I look at this equation, that's what it says.
right. So why and how?
Why? I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm just saying, like, how did it get a lot of mass? I don't know. Maybe it'll start at
No. Like, just say it has a lot of mass, right?
just say it has a lot of mass.
Yeah. So how would that cause it to attract something to it?
I remember my
Mass warps space around it. It's like a blanket. When you put something heavy on it, all the space around it will warp around it. So it's also like a black hole. How time warps around it also.
Oh, so it's not Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, imagine space as a large blanket. If you put a bowling ball in it and drop something, you will see that it's going to spin around it. That's also how gravity works.
Is space a large blanket, or is that just imaginary, made-up nonsense?
I'm telling you to imagine it that way so you can understand it.
Yeah, but
that's
I'm
just
asking
imagination.
you. Yeah, is space a blanket?
Could be.
What do you mean it could be?
How else can you explain anything? The plants you can see with your own eye, or is that also some
Holy
government
cow.
made up shit?
Holy cow, already. You just instant spiral. Okay. We're going to keep talking to the guy that's chilled out. So you just go ahead and go on white mic. We'll keep talking to our homeboy, the Wicked down here.
Do what you want.
Yep.
So we have conflicting gravities now. We have mass attracting mass versus the space blanket gravity.
Well, what I was told, because I was gonna say something kind of like that, but so in my classroom, they said, well, it wasn't really my classroom. It was okay. Okay. So like, what was it? I think it was 8th, 9th grade science, somewhere around that. Big cloth, and then the guy, my teacher, put a I don't know that whatever you call that. Was it a pear? I don't know. I don't really into the fruits, but
Yeah. They set up like a blanket and or whatever, and they
yeah, and then he put like
yeah.
so
Right.
he put a small marble. No, he didn't put it first, but I'm just gonna say he put a marble, and then he put another marble. Nothing really happened because it barely warped the fabric. Then he put a big cantaloupe. That's what it's called, a cantaloupe. Then it really warped it, and then he put another small little marble, and then it well, he didn't. He just laid the marble down, and then it rolled toward the cantaloupe, and then just stopped when it hit it. And then he did it again, but he like pushed it along the side, so he did something kind of like
Right.
an orbit, and he said that's how it works. But
Okay. So where is that in reality? Like, where's this blanket in reality? It's invisible.
space, I'm guessing,
Oh yeah. What's it made out of?
made out of linen. I don't know, maybe
There's
some sort of
linen.
drop.
There's linen in space.
I mean, I don't know, man.
What do you think?
Okay, well, the linen thing was kind of a joke, but you know what I mean. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing's a bit of a joke if you think about it logically, right? So he's showing you something that is completely not non-analogous to the actual claim,
I
right?
mean,
It's just
I don't
kind
know
of
if
like it's kind of
yeah.
like a little trick to try to impress kids. But if I ask any simple questions about it, so okay, how does that relate to what's actually happening here on the Earth when it comes to if you have a big mass, it attracts things to it. Okay, I'm asking how the mass causes things to attract to it,
Oh,
right?
that
Because you guys are kind
I
of
get what you want.
kind of like overlapping two different theories of gravity here, like kind of confused between Newtonian and Einsteinian.
I had asked him that. I was like, okay, I actually asked him that exact same thing. Well, not word to word, but I asked him, okay, but why in space does the mass curve it? Like, what's going on? Like, sure, on Earth that happens, but that's because gravity already exists here. But why in space is it happening? Why is it causing the space to warp? And he said, we don't know.
Well, how's it happen here?
Here, I just said,
Yeah.
we don't know. Us as a species
Okay.
does not know, according to him.
Well, you know what's interesting? If this was true, then over a certain distance, let's say the surface of water, like a 20 mile body of water, for example, it would have to be curving at a certain rate if gravity were true and if the globe were true. But in reality, it's not. And we've tested it over and over and over again, and it's completely flat. When I say completely flat, I just mean it's not curving over distance.
I've seen some hills before.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah, that's why.
I know.
Yeah, but I just said like over a 20-mile body of water over the surface. There's no hills on the water.
How about the tides? Does that warp water? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's kind of like the tides, right? That's not Earth curvature.
But what is
Like
it?
that's not curving water because of the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so over 20 miles, you should have about 260 foot of curvature. Okay,
Over.
that's not tides. Tides isn't the explanation for that. Like that should be there because of gravity and because of the size of the globe.
Wait,
And it
over
would have
what?
to be
20 miles?
20 miles, yeah. 266.7 approximately foot. That's kind of like a 26-story building, like a skyscraper.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. Like, so if we went to like a 20-mile distance and we set up a camera and we're just standing, say, 5 or 6 foot high, we shouldn't be able to zoom in across 20 miles away to the other side and see it, right? See the shoreline or see an object that's low to the ground, because it should be hidden by, you know, a ton of earth curvature over that distance. But when we go to these to these places to test for this, it's completely flat and we can zoom in and see the shoreline 20 miles away. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You know, I mean, I was taught all of the same stuff that you guys were taught as well at school. So, and
Did you
then,
ever fight back against your teacher? Not like
well,
physically.
no, because you just get mocked and ridiculed and probably get in trouble or kicked out of the class or fail your exams or something like that. You get rewarded for being a good little student, you know, parroting the information, memorize it, regurgitate it on the exams, and then you can get a good mark. Not for questioning like the core fundamentals of it. Yeah. So yeah, I know I had never even heard of flat Earth back then either. You know, I was more interested in how long until the end of the class. But
I
yeah,
think
no,
I've
once I
always
started, what's that?
I think I've always known about it because I remember from I was like told this like this book or story of this like girl had to go to the edge of the earth to like find some like thing, and then in the book the earth was described as like flat and like a disc, and like if you got too close to the edge you like fall off. I know that's not like what flat earth is to you guys, but like it was an early version of it I was taught.
Yeah, it's probably, you know, kind of like the ridicule propaganda tactic or something like that, just to make the idea of it seem ridiculous. I'm not sure.
A genuine question. What do you guys actually think happens when you get to the edge?
But we don't claim an edge.
Oh, wait, then what? If it's flat, then it has an edge.
Well, what do you mean define edge?
I mean, if the Earth is flat, then there's like, I mean, I'm not gonna define the edge, man. You take a plate, it has an edge. Like if the Earth is flat, it has
Yeah,
an edge.
does a lake have an edge as well? Is that the same as the plate edge? It's like
Okay,
a different
no.
kind of edge.
Okay, no.
Completely
edge.
different, right?
There's nothing to
different edge.
fall. There's nothing to just enter into land. You don't fall off into space. So
Right.
then what's the edge of the Earth to you? Like what surrounds the Earth? Sorry.
Well, we don't claim the Earth is floating around in space.
Okay.
Yeah, like what people hear about flat Earth and they try to replace the globe with like a flat planet, and that's not what we
Yeah.
claim. Yeah, we
Okay.
can't try to put the flat Earth into the globe model. It's not really
I mean,
compatible.
So expand. What do you think it's in then?
Well, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat's not a shape. So when we say flat Earth, we're talking about the surface of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water, not curving over distance. And we're not claiming to, I don't think anyone knows the extremities of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth fully, right? We only know the area that has been explored. And we know that when we test over large distances, there's no curvature, where there would have to be curvature if it were a globe because of gravity and because of the size of the globe.
Wait, so is this the entire flat Earth community, or is this like a thought? Like within
No,
the
this
community,
is
there's
this
multiple
is all
thoughts.
of the flat Earth community that I know of.
So
All agree with what I just said.
So you you believe it's flat, and it could be any shape. It could be a rectangle, triangle, circle, any shape.
Any shape, yeah, or something beyond what we can
Terabytes
comprehend.
of.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know the extent of the Earth. That would just be speculating. We try not to speculate.
Can we DM and invite if you prefer? What is this? Chroma key challenger. Oh right, okay. What else is there? Okay, so you don't know the shape and you don't know what it's floating, like quote unquote floating in.
We don't know if it's
Right, we don't
floating.
think it's exactly.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, quote unquote. Like you don't know what it's contained in.
Not really.
So you don't know. Okay,
Yep. Sorry about that.
interesting. So then,
Yeah.
how do you explain satellites and like stuff like things that have physically gone up and looked down at Earth and seen nothing around it?
What would that be?
Well, yeah.
So like, do you just think it's all computer faked?
No,
Well, not
the problem that
necessarily.
we have is that there are claims about things apparently above the surface of a globe Earth, taking pictures of it, in outer space, tethered by some magical force called gravity. We just don't have any evidence for any of that. What we do have is a measurable surface that is flat. So anything after that, if it includes a ball, it by consequence has to be false.
Interesting, because
That's something
it
to
has
add
to
to
be.
that. Just quickly to add to that.
Okay.
Quite often when we hear about the satellite data, what you're going to be looking at is like a composited image. Okay, for example, the blue marble images of the Earth that we get from NASA that shows the whole globe. Okay, if you actually have a look into how they're made, they actually just take a bunch of scans of the Earth essentially, and they convert those into imagery. Okay, so it's just data scanned with radio telescopes, and then they convert those into images, like an artist does it. And then they stitch together those images into a big flat map, and then they wrap it around a ball in Photoshop. And then if you have a look at the images they use to stitch together from NASA, right? They don't show any curvature whatsoever. So I just put a screenshot of the data set, the images that they use to craft the 2002 blue marble, the 2005, 2007 blue marble images. You don't see any curvature in any of the images they use to stitch together.
I mean, yeah, because it's on such a small scale. It's like there's nothing to define curvature. Like it's a panel of water, and how would you even get like a defined sense of curvature on that?
Well, this is the thing. These claim to be satellites that are in space, the ones that you're talking about. Okay. And then once they stitch it all together and composite it into a picture, you see the globe, right? And that's kind of what you were talking about, right? How do we see these pictures of the globe from space? Well, this is how they're made. This is how most people don't realize how they're made. And NASA admits how they're made. They said that I already told you how they do it, right? They stitch these together into a big flat map, and then they wrap them around a ball in Photoshop, and then they color them in, and then they keep tweaking them like an artist keeps tweaking them until they meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space.
Okay, then sure. But those are some images. There are genuine images that are completely just one picture.
Okay.
Like the blue.
Which one's that?
Let me find. Okay, I know the moon landing ones are obviously just like the moon landing photos and video.
There's
So this
only
is the
one
thing.
photograph that's supposed to be a photograph of Earth from the moon. One photo. So that is of basically a perfectly spherical Earth. So we go, okay, well, no problem. We should be able to measure this curvature on the surface and validate this photograph. Well, when we measure the surface of the Earth, there is no curvature. So now what do? Do we accept the photograph as true? Or should we go ahead and scrutinize what the claim is and say, well, maybe that's not possible because the Earth is not curving?
What methods did you use to measure the curvature?
Laser, long distance photography, anything that we can possibly use to see if there's any drop over distance over large surfaces of the Earth, large surface area portions.
Okay, so you're telling me that if I went outside and did like that experiment with like the two stands of set height with the two holes above the ground on the same height, and you shine a light, and if you see the light through both holes, then there's no curvature. If you don't, then there's curvature. That experiment.
Well, that sounds kind of like a dumb experiment to me. But go okay.
It is a dumb experiment, but we actually went out and replicated a similar experiment. Instead of doing it over a short distance, we got two people at each end of a lake that is just about 14 miles across, and they did the same thing with a flashlight from just 5 foot height. Okay, and he could see the other guy's flashlight 13.7 miles away. And then as soon as he would put his hand over the flashlight, you couldn't see the flashlight anymore in the zoom footage. Okay, so he was able to see a flashlight from 14 miles away. Whereas in the little Netflix demonstration that you're talking about, it just shows 52 seconds worth of footage at nighttime. It doesn't show the setup. And the distance is only very, very small, a small distance. You know, they don't show it. They don't show anything properly, but I can show you one where you can see the flashlight clearly from 14 miles away. Which would be about 120 foot or more of missing curvature.
Okay, I want to do this. I should like get one of my friends and do this.
yeah, man. Yeah, look. Here's one in the side chat as well. So some people have really expensive laser beams, like big giant laser beams. Now this is a team of field engineers, and they got a $30,000 laser beam, and they shot it over 40 kilometers distance, and it hit the target. Here is it hitting the target in the side chat. That's from 40 kilometers away. And that beam should have been 90 meters up in the air if the Earth were a globe, but it hit the target. They did 5 different tests.
There's no target, it's just it's just a grid with target.
Yeah, but you can see that the laser beam is hitting it. The green beam, that's from like 40 kilometers away.
Okay. I mean, because I'm seeing this, it's not center, it is upwards, but like that's the expected position for a flower.
Yeah, it should be 90 meters upward if we're a globe, like 90 meters up in the air.
It shouldn't even hit the sheet. Okay.
No. It should be like 90 meters. That's like I don't know what that is in feet. That's like a skyscraper.
Yeah, that's way high.
Yeah, way high.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Really? Wait, there should be 90 feet of curvature?
90 meters. 90 meters.
Yeah.
So there's 40 kilometers.
For 90 meters.
Yeah, hold on. I'll check exactly right now. So I'm on an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so hold on. I just got to change it to kilometers.
Is that an NASA calculator?
No, it's just Omni calculator. If you go to Google, you type in Earth curvature calculator, just a whole bunch of them will come up. You can pick any one. It's just a basic calculation. Okay, so the distance was 40 kilometers. The eye height or the laser height was 1.5 meters. Okay, so yeah, 326 foot of curvature over that distance, which is it's like 99 meters or something.
Is that what obscured object part is? That's such a weird name.
Yeah, obscured object part. Yep, that's right.
The height of the ground to the
lowest. It would be obscured behind the curvature, like behind the horizon.
Is saying 100 meters for me. 98.62.
Yeah, I got 99 on my one.
Okay, that's fine.
And this is a team of engineers. They were using some seriously expensive equipment, and they did a whole bunch of tests. They got a 180-page PDF document and an hour-long video that goes over everything start to finish. I can post it for you if you want to. Oh, yeah. Old Dude just posted it. Thanks, Old Dude. But there are more simple tests that you can do, like with the torch as well. If you want to do it, on a budget, don't have to buy a $30,000 laser.
I don't know how much range the torch would have.
Well, here it is. Look, here's a torch over, obviously it's a pretty high-powered torch, I guess. But this one. I'll just put some screenshots. Like this is all out of a video, but I took some screenshots the other day. Okay, so this is the distance, 13.7 miles. Here's the math, the screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, this is the camera setup. It's like 5.5 foot high. And here is the torch strapped to the camera tripod. And the image on the left is the zoom footage from the other side, right? So he's got a high-powered zoom camera and he's zooming over to the flashlight. So you can see the flashlight. And then the guy tells him, because they're talking on the phone, the guy tells him, put your hand over the flashlight. And then he puts his hand over it and, all of a sudden you can't see it anymore. They do it a bunch of times.
Okay.
And then after that, they do it with a laser as well. And then this is the laser. And with the laser, they start at about 5.5 feet height, and then they lower the laser, and then they try it again, and then they lower it down to like 9 inches off the surface of the water, and you can still see the laser right across the lake.
Why is there also one thing about the distance?
Mhm.
Why does that say 13.7 and your count was 40 kilometers? There's an extra 20 kilometers, like 21 kilometers.
This is because so the one that old dude posted above. Okay, that's the laser test with the engineers. Okay, that's a different one. That's 40 kilometers. And then I started talking about the torch test. This is a completely different test. So this one was just done over 13.7 miles. It's two
Correct.
different
My
tests.
bad.
No, you're good.
Interesting.
Yeah, all sorts of different ways to test it. You can even do it even cheaper than with a torch. You can use mirrors. Okay, so if you just say you find a 10-mile lake, you could go on one side of the lake and your friend could be on the other side of the lake. And if it's a sunny day, then you can use a mirror. And, if you angle the mirror correctly, you can shine it into the person's eyes or whatever, on the other side of the lake. And you have to have it angled perfectly to get you need a line of sight basically for the person on the other side to see the mirror flash. Would be called like a mirror flash test. That way you can do
this.
Do it for like, for free that way. Just need a mirror.
Imagine I actually do this and I'm like questioning my reality if I get these results.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I did the same thing. I saw all of this stuff. People showed me some of these tests, and I lived on a giant lake. We had a huge section across the lake, Lake Macquarie in New South Wales in Australia, giant saltwater lake. And yeah, I did my own observations, and I could see the shoreline on the other side of the lake by zooming across the lake. But yeah, we encourage people to test it themselves if you want to.
When did you become a flat earther?
Back in 2017. Yeah, quite a fair while ago.
Right, fair. I'm still like hung up on the whole like you don't know what encompasses the Earth basically. And
we can't test that. Nobody can test that if you think about it. Well, we can only get up so high. Like we can get up to 40,000 feet on a plane, which isn't very high. And then we could send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. Okay, and when we do that, we can send up a camera. We just see a flat horizon from that height. And we can't really get much higher than that.
Okay. Also, how do you explain gravity then?
Well, gravity just say the Earth is flat and contained, like a contained system that the Earth doesn't move. It's just a flat Earth within a contained system. We don't need to have gravity the way that you would need to have gravity on a globe. Because you guys need to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning space ball, essentially. We don't have to explain that. We just say water needs a container and things will rise or sink due to their density in relationship to the density of the medium that's surrounding them. Like obviously air is a very light medium. So
I mean, that's just basically fluid dynamics. I'm pretty sure you call it. That's just basically fluid dynamics. That's not
really
gravity.
No, it's not fluid dynamics. It's called Archimedes' principle. It's actually called specific. It's called specific gravity. Okay, and it explains perfectly why things rise or why things sink. Okay, so if something's more dense than the medium surrounding it, and you lift it up and drop it, it's going to sink if it's more dense than the surrounding medium. Like if you pick up a tennis ball and drop it through air, it's going to sink. But if you pick up a tennis ball and you drop it through water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water, but it's more dense than the air. Now, if you drop a helium balloon, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the air. But if it were more dense than the air, it would sink. It just so happens that air is very light, and most things are less dense than the air. More dense than the air, so they're going to sink if you displace them, right? So you need to put some force into it first, right? So something sitting on the ground is never going to move unless some type of energy exchange happens. So if you come along and you force it out of its state of rest and pick it up, then you've input energy into that, okay? And when you release it, it's going to sink back down to find its place of rest again. Very easy to explain. Very easy for anyone to test anywhere. And we can even do an experiment to test it as well. Like we could get like a glass of water, like fresh water, and put an egg in the water, and the egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the cup. But then we can vary and manipulate the medium by changing the density of the water. So we could put some salt into the water, and then all of a sudden that egg that's sitting at the bottom of the cup, all of a sudden it's going to go upward. It's going to start elevating upward, and it's going to go up to the top of the glass. We didn't touch it. All we did was vary and manipulate the medium.
But I swear, with that, like, I forgot. I don't know what it's called, but like the whole with the example of water, let's say helium ballooned water, it will go up with more force the more like buoyant it is, right? They go shoot up with more force.
Yeah, so you can explain that using gravity on a globe as well. So
does it sink with more
they're
force
going to
too?
say, well, they would say that the buoyant force is more powerful than the weak force of gravity. So yeah, the globe has explanations for everything, basically, for most things. Well, not really for the water that doesn't curve. But it should curve, right? Because of gravity. If the water's not curving, then that debunks gravity. Straight up.
Yeah, probably. Yes, it would.
Yeah. Well, it has to be. It has to be curving.
Okay. What do you say about the moon and like Mars, other planets?
Like we can't confirm exactly what they are, and we've been fed a big story about what they are, but they're like celestial bodies that move like clockwork, right? Everything in the sky moves in cycles, like a big giant clock above us.
Interesting. You can tell I say interesting a lot.
It is interesting, yeah. It's interesting stuff for sure.
Okay, so you don't buy any of the like how planets formed and how the solar system formed. You don't buy any of that.
No. What you mean? How nothing exploded and turned into everything, which was made up by a. Yeah.
I'm talking about like because there's a theory called the solar nebula theory or something. The planets formed from a big disk of rotating like gas, and it coalesced into the sun and the planets. Do you not buy that?
No. Well, no, I can't confirm it, man. And if they say space is a big vacuum, I don't think you can have that happen in a vacuum. Nor can you have water in a vacuum. Nor can you have like a big ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum. Nor can you have a planet that's covered in water and gas inside a giant space vacuum. It's not something that anyone is going to be able to prove that is possible. It goes against gas laws. It goes against a bunch of natural laws. The second law of thermodynamics. It's not possible. It's just something that you're going to have to choose whether you want to believe or not.
I mean, you could. You're talking about there's no plasma in a vacuum like the plasma of the sun, right?
It's a burning ball of like plasma gas.
Yeah, like is the way they explain that, like there's like atmosphere. Does the sun have an atmosphere? I think it does.
I don't know what the story is about the atmosphere of the sun, but you're not going to be able to show me a sun in a vacuum chamber. Something that's similar to the sun in a vacuum chamber.
I mean, you're not on Earth, man. We could barely get one to work in like a flippin' reactor.
Yeah, but it's not analogous. It's not to do with gravity. It's not. That's. Are you talking about?
Oh no,
What are
I've
you
completely
talking
moved
about?
on to gravity. I'm just trying to like learn as much as I can, Loki.
Yeah.
So, real quick, if the
Mhm.
air is like an ocean or where everything sinks in it, if it's less dense, and if it's more dense, it becomes buoyant. When you drop a rock at normal gravity, at normal pressure, when air is there, it will fall at 9.8 meters per second. And if you drop it in a vacuum chamber, it will fall at the same rate, even though there is no air. So how does it fall in this way if there's no gravity? It's not
Well,
floating in
because the
anything. There is
density of
nothing
the
that lifts
rock,
it.
and the resistance of the air is not going to make much of a difference. So it's going to approximately fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, whether it be in a vacuum, which is just a less dense medium than the air. So get something like a feather or something like that. Obviously, there's going to be more resistance and it's going to slowly float down. But then if you drop the feather in a vacuum chamber, because you've removed what's acting as resistance, then it's going to fall at a similar rate to the bowling ball or whatever you want to put in there. But in a vacuum chamber, we can't test it properly because it doesn't have enough distance to get to its terminal velocity. So they're just going to fall at roughly the same rate. But that does so that's just an observed effect. We agree on that. We can all agree on that. That's
Y'all
something
are
that anyone can
needs.
test.
I'm not the guy
What's
with
that?
the cat with the eyebrows for a profile picture, bro. Come on. Sue a guy for trying to learn.
No. That's that's a troll. That's a globe Earth troll trolling us, not you. You probably. Yeah, that's not a flat earther. Gotta watch the cat profile picture, people, bro. It's their trolls.
So wait,
Pretty much every time.
wasn't your whole explanation for gravity based on your substituted gravity laws for buoyancy laws?
No. Nope.
No.
Basically, explain the gravity substitution to me again.
Okay, so first of all, I think it's important that there is really no substitute for gravity, since gravity, number one, has never been proven or exists. At this point, it is only a mathematical concept. So if there's no replacement, all we have is what we observe. Apparently, we have a pressurized system where there are 3 to 4 different states of matter. We wouldn't be having any oceans unless we had some kind of containment where this pressurized system could keep the water in a liquid state. So we have these 3 mediums, if you want to think of it that way: solids, liquids, gases. Solids pretty much always descend or fall downwards in the gas. Sometimes they fall downward in water. Sometimes they rise in water. This is just what's observed. It's like a giant density tower. So there is no replacement for space-time. It's just what we observe. Heavier or more dense objects within a less dense medium will go downwards, and vice versa. That's what we have.
Okay, so now you take the rock. Wait, the rock is always more dense than the vacuum or the air, which is what he was saying. So
And
it's like in
typically the
both
water.
situations.
Mm-hmm.
I had a thought, I lost it.
So now let's take something different. Let's take let's say a block of wood. So a block of wood still descends through the air, right? The air is not dense enough to support it, so it goes downward. You take that same block of wood, you put it in the water. Now it wants to rise upward and find its equilibrium at the surface of the water. But you'll notice that not the entire block is resting on top of it. So the little bit of density that there is displaces the small amount of water that is there. So everything is just a really big density tower. Have you ever seen a density tower?
Just again, so in a vacuum, when you drop the thing, there vacuum chamber, so there is no air. It's also going to fall down.
Correct.
So yeah, what's
That's what we
dropping
observe.
it down now? Vacuum is the presence of nothing or nothingness. You have taken out all the air.
Well,
It's
Uh,
look, man, it's the
there's
same thing that I was describing without the vacuum chamber. Okay, so the things that you put in the
you
vacuum
were talking
chamber.
about air resistance, so
Yeah. Hold on. This is it, though, right? So the things that you put in the vacuum chamber are just going to sit at the bottom of the vacuum chamber forever. They're never going to move unless someone comes along and forces them out of their resting place and lifts them up. Okay, then they're going to reseek where they were due to their density. Okay, and in relationship to the density of the surrounding medium, which is essentially no resistance, right? Because there's hardly any gas left in the chamber. Okay, so they're just going to sink back to where they were, but only because you lifted them up. They never would have moved if you didn't lift them up.
So how come the air pressure decreases as you increase altitude if it's air is the same medium, right? Like if we're talking about like a homogeneous system at this point, not did two different densities, why did the densities change?
Okay, so completely different question, unrelated to the one we were just talking about. But thank you, Josh. Okay,
Happy
so
to hop in line. That's fine. I'm just next time we find a pivot.
yeah, so I mean, obviously it's a lot warmer down here, a lot cooler up there, and then also the gases all being created down here. Okay, almost all of the gases are created down here. Okay, and gas obviously slows down like crazy as it gets cooler. Okay, so is it such a crazy claim to think that you would have more gas pressure where the gas is being created? That you would have less pressure where it's way cooler? And also, there's way more space up there. But yeah, who are we talking to just then? CYE? Psy? And
yeah, and Bean Toasty.
no, I'm here just thinking about what you said.
Yeah.
When you're talking about the pressure where gas is more dense, there's more of it down there than it's up there, but there's something called osmosis pressure, where matter from the more dense parts would go to the parts with less density. So if there was no gravity, it should be equal at everywhere, since there aren't many obstacles in the air, like walls or pillars, as you said, that would obstruct it. So shouldn't it be? It should be just equal everywhere, because matter flows from the objects of high concentration to parts of lower concentration.
Sorry, I was typing something towards the end of your sentence. Can you just say that one more time for me? Sorry about that.
Yeah, if you think about like the osmosis pressure in sewer water, in the higher concentrated places will flow to the lower parts. That because matter always wants equilibrium.
Mm-hmm.
Objects always want equilibrium. So gases at the bottom would rise to the top, almost reaching an equal state. If there is no gravity, that should be the case.
Well, not necessarily. Like gas particles behave very differently than solids and liquids.
You can, yeah, this also applies to gas. How do you think about air pressure or the weather, to be exact? Why does rain or something happen at any place? Because winds from
It's to do
higher
with
concentrated
temperature,
place.
though. It's to do with pressure systems that are caused by temperature differences.
Yes, temperature causes concentration differences. When you increase the temperature, the matter gets excited, so it disperses more. That creates a concentration difference. The part where the temperature increased would have less wind or less gas. That's why it would increase. unlike the
Yeah, but
object
if
below
what
it.
you're saying, like, look, let me use your own argument against you for a second. Okay, so if things are always trying to reach equilibrium, then obviously high pressure would go to low pressure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're claimed to be inside a giant space vacuum that's 10 to the negative 17 torr, about like more than 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create here on the Earth. Yet we have high pressure adjacent to the low pressure, extreme low pressure system of space. Okay, yet it doesn't happen, does it? The equilibrium doesn't happen. Entropy doesn't happen according to you guys. And you're going to say gravity is the solution for that. And then is that what you're going
Yeah.
to say? Yeah.
Exactly.
And
Like
then,
the thing
and
is,
then we're going to start looking into gas laws. Okay, and we're going to see that gas particles don't have a downward bias. Gas particles move randomly in all directions. You could look up any definition of gas particle movement, and you're going to see the same answer: that gas molecules, they move in straight lines indefinitely, unless they bounce off another gas particle or against the walls of the container. They can
exactly.
slow
Earth,
down. They can slow down or speed up because of temperature changes. But if a gas particle is going upward, it's not going to be pulled back down to the Earth by gravity. That doesn't happen with gas.
no, exactly. Gravity acts like the barrier that holds it in place. It holds the gases in place. Think of it like not the vacuum in space, like the vacuum cleaner. When the vacuum exerts pressure, air enters in it. You can test that by, of course, putting your hand over it. You'll see that your hand's getting sucked. The Earth acts exactly the same with gravity. Gravity
No,
is the thing that
the gravity would
keeps
have to
the
be
gas in
pulling.
place.
The gravity would have to be pulling
Yes, gravity
things
pulls
towards
it
the
to the
center of
core.
mass. Everything would be pulled
Exactly,
towards the center of mass. So that means that a
exactly
gas
the center
particle
of the
would be
Earth.
pulled downward. So that means that a gas particle would have to be getting pulled downwards towards the Earth. But gas particles don't do that. A gas particle that's going upward doesn't get pulled back down. Gas particles move in straight lines and they move in random directions. They don't have a directional bias. They don't have a downward bias.
So they're just going to go indefinitely, even if they're leaving the Earth. If gravity isn't holding them down, that means if I go to the center of the Earth or go mine really deep, where I'm far away from the surface, I shouldn't find any gas there. No oxygen, no carbon, no anything.
I didn't say that. Gas particles move at random in all directions. The gas is being created at the ground level. Right, 80% of the oxygen is created in the ocean by ocean plankton. Okay, then we have nitrogen cycles. We have all of these different gas processes where the gas is being produced, under the surface of the ground. I got to go on mute for a second.
Yeah. Anyways, I had fun talking with you guys. Should be back in another time.
Yeah, awesome, man. He's gone already.
Oh, it's that time again. By bedtime. Good night.
Like, I feel like
Good night, man.
Very talkative in here, I see.
Ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about?
Sorry, what?
I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here listening to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so you know.
Yep.
What's
Well,
happening here?
a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure. I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me to? Or is it like you come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it?
I mean, it can go either way. Typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story. You know, um, do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
Hmm. It's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames, so
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So,
flat earther.
No, not at all. Um, he drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else, but it is interesting that even he confesses, along with with my surveyor friends that we always measure the Earth or the distances or the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum, and so they take that data and they plot it and they have an elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, the fall rate or the descent, the elevation of the rivers and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, where is that? If we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting. Maybe I'll become a civil engineer, see for myself. See what I
Yeah.
see. Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once,
Astronaut. Okay. So you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. That's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical,
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume, because there is no gravity to keep the gas here, so it should be filling the space to come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
Sorry, say again.
yeah. Didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. It's just these are just ideas, just conjurings of someone's imagination.
Oh, so I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions, like is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions. Yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a Coke.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much
Hey,
money.
you don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently. Maybe if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually where when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are, but usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about? I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys
Yeah.
know that's like not true. I'm just saying, like, is that?
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right?
Yeah.
So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote unquote solar system where there are these, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. Like they're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people? Or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
You could take a review. Take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah. So that just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, "Whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why?" Okay, that's a question that can never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now, you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean,
so for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So, for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his motives.
all right. How about? I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just like see with my own eyes for myself to like truly, like, at least for me to know. Like, let's say I try, if I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into the elite club without being vetted and insured against. If you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, or credible threat. Like, for example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts, before they went to the moon, said, "Hey, we can't go to the moon, and hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space?"
Are you
And
talking
he
about
said,
the
"The stuff
Apollo
we
1
have."
astronaut?
Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who,
Yeah,
for
the
all
Apollo 1
intents and
astronaut.
purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah. Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. I mean, now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, you know, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations and all, you know, it just, the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it that way. Like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
You guys believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, I saw the earth as flat, and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the earth looks flat from their position. Already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies and men, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just gonna get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not
No.
gonna end well with me.
No. No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, you know. It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms. Like,
Well, I understand that. But, you know, once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary, level surface where there's up and down and you breathe air. And so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary, planar, enclosed Earth.
Yeah.
That's your firsthand experience. And yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But, you know, I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, friend. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the earth is flat, but they feel the same way? And they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned.
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that, like, as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But like other people, yeah, I probably walked past the flat earther. I've probably walked past a murderer.
Yeah, you probably spoken to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat Earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat Earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say, flat Earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat earther girl"? I'm going to open the combo with that.
Because I live in, like, okay, just the chances of that are so slim that, like, I wouldn't even risk it.
They're not that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, a certain demographic, I think it was like 18 to 20, 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Like probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves from talking about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Like, stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap, when you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you. And you're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I see people, I've overheard people like talking about it, and they say it like in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. Like I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Imagine that character flaw that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced, they actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. Like they consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's I want to say like super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some sort of racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right. So you notice how like when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you talked about flat Earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
Right? I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat
So-
Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I was
Or
well,
her?
I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I instantly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's any, or she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side who sees the world through a prism and values these other things. And we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the earth to be a ball because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah blah blah, even though even in the futuristic stuff they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm, when in reality we just have to accept what is. And what is that the earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah. Did you ask how do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Okay.
Mhm.
But why the whole world is accept the earth is low? It's not flat.
Well, because most of the people on the earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
So that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in actual world. Like
Yeah, we don't actually. Yeah.
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is globe.
Well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it, so Is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Damn correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth, is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Kind of hard to understand your conceptions or like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Yeah.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo, yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS as a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and stuff.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah, yeah. Just to listen
What's your
in,
friend's name?
see what's going on. Fine, I gotta go to the hospital, see you tonight. I wish
What's his?
he was there
What's
earlier,
his
though. We were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh,
iOS
iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So anyway,
let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Really?
No, I
You
like
don't
this
believe.
3i
You
Atlas.
don't
I've
believe
been
me. You
watching the
don't
news
believe
on
me,
it.
right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
know
I
what
have a
NASA
question.
stands for,
What,
too, to see
one
is
second. Yeah,
Go on.
iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
You're right, man. Is iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really anything. He's one of
Yeah.
my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited
Cool.
him
I'm not
to
too
listen
big
in.
into the flat Earth. I mean, like, I'm open-minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica. But I haven't thought too much about it.
well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we cannot actually, we can't prove or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the earth. And that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat earth and the flat earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea, mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the earth really looks like.
Gotcha.
So
Yes. I seen like I thought a good YouTube video like where there it was showing like it's not like perfectly like circular, and I'm not totally sure, but like yes, kind of has some curves
I'm
in
saying
there.
we're not going to offer you any kind of map or model or anything. All we can tell you is that the surface of the earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. If even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yeah. Gotcha. Interesting. Weird.
Yeah. We do our best to be honest with people about what we do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating, but we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Well, anyways, welcome. Yeah, hang out. There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any other
Have you
questions,
seen the
go
news
ahead and
about
ask
this
them.
3i Atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar?
About
Yeah.
what?
That's an interesting one. The 3i Atlas.
The the seemingly sentient or intelligent backwards facing comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
Yeah, apparently there's a comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
Right,
not a
got that
random
non-gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah. If you're asking my opinion, a lot of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
So we know the comet's not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine? You gotta tell me.
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work, so it's got something to push off of.
Well, do you guys like video games at all? You play Call of Duty? Anyone? So Sky and I are friends.
We do have some gamers. I don't know if they're in here right now though.
Oh, very good. Yeah, it was cool hanging out. Maybe I'll stop in the server, just have some fun. I don't know.
You could just do yourself iOS and just listen in. You don't have to keep making conversation. No worries. We can
And I
you can
gotta eat
just
some
tune in.
food.
Like
Yep.
everyone was muted unless for the most part, we try to keep it like two people talking together. And yeah, just tune in. There's a lot
Yeah.
of people that come in there's also a lot of people that come in not just trying to understand, but some to maybe challenge their beliefs, and try to put what they believe to the test, or thinking that you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, just you yourself and tune in, man. Don't feel like you have an obligation to make conversation. Just mute and then listen.
All right.
Well, iOS this is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like if we get a large body of water, let's say for example we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about
Gotcha.
60,
Interesting.
yeah, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10-mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And yeah, every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in, like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water. And then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay.
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to see my buddy over on the other side of the lake. He should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. But we can zoom in across, and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could, you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right.
So,
I get what you're saying. That's
yeah,
really
man.
interesting. It's
Yeah,
thinking a little bit differently.
Yeah. We can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high
And
powered lasers.
it shouldn't be possible because the curve.
Exactly. So it's
Crazy.
stacks and stacks
Yeah.
of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature. And then you go looking, throughout all of history and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized like into existence. It wasn't something
Right.
that people actually
Well,
went
I
out.
heard NASA was the one who came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No,
That
that's
rings
not.
a
That's
bell.
not. Well, not really. I mean, it's not true because NASA didn't go up to space until the 60s. So people thought it was a globe. Way, 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 way before that.
Huh.
So yeah, like I've never heard anyone say NASA. Everyone thought it was flat, and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. Like all the ancient people, apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. Like all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being like a flat plane that's not moving within like a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, okay, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, okay, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe. And it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worship spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worship spheres. And they thought, oh, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then, it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
And then it wasn't
gotcha.
it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that. That was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, oh, the Earth's a sphere. This is how it works. Heliocentric. Yeah. But no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, old dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptians, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Indio?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me get my shit together. I'll present it.
Awesome.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Did anyone call me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Sky.
yeah. What's
his
up?
name's.
Sorry,
We were
I thought
talking
you were
about the
talking
sky.
about something in the sky. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down on the list,
Yeah,
Jamsy.
yeah. I'm up.
Down
I'm
below
listening.
you. He's below you.
Below
Sky
me
is
is
down
hell.
there, like down near the bottom.
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below you is Ka.
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question though?
No, someone asked the
So,
same question you asked. Someone asked what's up, and I replied the sky, and then you reply, oh,
yeah,
someone said my
yeah,
name or something.
yeah. Because that's what I heard, but I thought maybe I heard wrong, and someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
All right,
I
Indio is
understand.
back to whatever he was gonna post, right,
No,
Indio?
I'm not back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air.
I
While
love
you
that
get your
Dempsey is
stuff.
chilling on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house
Transfer
and
the
I'm gonna
console.
chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamsy?
not the side chat. No.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like I think 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is, there's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a GIF and just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there and that's the wrong time, I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Gotta take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post the
And you're
math.
using infrared as
Yeah,
well.
that's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that also, so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only like has like a 4-foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you, I was freezing. Like I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh yeah, 45 degrees and windy. That's gotta suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour, and it was like constant. You know how the ocean is, where the breeze is just doesn't let up, and like you can't operate a P9, a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. Like, so yeah, it was rough, but like I was determined. I pretty much I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it, and I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining, and then the next day, um, I could have went, but the next but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6-degree difference. But after I got there and set up, I because I was taking screenshots of the buoy like every 15, 20 minutes. But that by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm like, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking video up down there. So I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. So we go out, we do an observation, we test the goal of mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to so we have observations on one hand, and we have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that, don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is, like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
Yeah, I just put it into the Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider. had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. No, I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, and, like where it is. Uh, uh, that's this little thing.
The only
This
thing I can
tiny
see them
boat.
picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot, Indio. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude. I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
you know,
This
I was
is
thinking
one of
like
the
we
top.
should come up. Yeah, we should come up with a checklist, dude. Like an actual like best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yep. Definitely important. Yeah, this is
Look how
awesome. This
small
is a
that
good
boat
one.
is, DJ. Look how tiny that boat is. How like its height above the water. It's like not even. It's barely as high as a pickup truck top. So in that video, you can see that shimmer. That's that boat. So I got the thing for it. Hold on. Is that it? Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah.
Wow,
So
that's
this is it.
nice.
Yeah, this is its position. So it's about 8 miles, I think it was. 7.3 miles. I also got some other stuff because I took about 2 minutes of video and I got some other stuff. I haven't been able to like parse it out, but I definitely have like buoys in the water. Like they have navigational buoys that are like because there's a shipping lane, right? And at the it's like a road, you know. So I mean, so on each side of the shipping lane, there's buoys, and all those buoys are supposed to be past like the horizon. Like I shouldn't even see them, and I see like dozens of them. So yeah, another nail in the coffin, dude. I don't even know how many nails are in there at this point. Now, says you said, what about wind direction? There was some turbulence from the wind that I got in other clips I have, but you can see that it's going left to right, or yeah, right to left rather. You can see basically the wind blowing, like the turbulence, but instead of it being like a turbulence, like a hot road, it's basically going left to right. It's pretty easy to distinguish it.
Well, I'm glad you covered that because I was just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, wind does cause like turbulence and stuff. It causes turbulent effects, but this was just left to right. I mean, I guess you could make a plausible argument if it was like going away or toward you or something, that your direction. You know what I
Sure.
mean? If it was just, I guess, but
I
that would be a
think if
stretch.
anything, a strong wind like that is just going to cause spray near the surface, and that's going to make it even worse. You shouldn't even see as far.
Yeah. I'll pull up
Yeah,
for you.
that's true.
So I just uploaded another an infrared, but instead of the black and white, it's the it comes out purple. If you I turned it to monochrome after this. So this is like magenta or something. But anyway, you can see the wind like turbulence going like right to left easily. Doug, yes, I did take into account Grover's feelings, and that's why I did it, to hurt them. Dude, says who I really, really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I've saved all of that into a channel in the server, so I'll be presenting that one quite often. That's a
Yeah,
great one. I love
cool.
it.
Especially because it's right at the 10 miles, and we always talk about 10 miles, 66 feet. So that's just like really convenient. When he said that, I'm like, oh shit, that thing I did, it's 10 miles. I'm like, we actually have an example now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's they can't whine about refraction for this one either. They will, but they shouldn't.
They'll say something like, "There's always refraction."
Yeah, or
Oh,
their
and
argument is going to
that means there's never
what
a
about
geometric horizon ever.
yeah, their argument for this one will be, what about eclipses?
Where's the edge? That would
Yeah.
be rebuttal.
I like how you can see the turbulence moving in a direction, though I haven't paid attention to that before. It's a really good example.
Yeah, I got really. I mean, other than the pain I suffered, yeah, I got lucky. Dude, like, listen, I'm very weather don't bother me. It's true. I mean, like seriously, weather really doesn't bother me. But that shit was cold. I actually like when I finished, I like went into a coffee shop and like warmed up. That's like unheard of, man. Usually I just do my thing and just tough it out. But I was like, damn, I'm cold. I need to fucking take a break from this shit.
Yeah, it's cold on the water when there's a strong wind.
Yeah, there's like no hiding from it. Like there's no the thing about the breeze is it was like constant, like it was a fan. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was no gusts. It was just like you were like in front of a fan that was just blowing at 23 miles per hour or whatever it was. I also got this from the plane. I just thought it was interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Like the light coming through the clouds like that. It's just kind of cool. Because they're always like perspective. Like, where's the perspective in this? Like, I'm not seeing it, bro. The perspective rays. So that ship in the purple video, I'll show you. That ship has been anchored out there for like a month, more than a month. It's anchored about 13 miles off the maybe it was 17. It's out there. I also got a picture of that from the airplane. That is let me see. That is this ship here. That's that ship right there. Dude, because I went on the 18th and I flew in on the 28th, and I'm like, I'm just like the plane's landed, and I'm just fucking look out the window. Like, there's a fucking ship I took pictures of 10 days ago, and then I look and I see the lighthouse. I'm like, son of a bitch. So there's another thing I could see from the airplane it's called the Bourne Bridge or the Sagamore Bridge. There's two of them. They cross the Cape Cod Canal. They're about 50 miles away. I could easily see the road deck. So even with trees in the way, I could see the road deck because they're pretty high. I didn't get a picture of that though, and it didn't come out because I was just taking these with a phone. I think Globe Earthers like they really don't fathom how far like these boats are out there. Like I think they think like they're like a lot closer. 10 miles is pretty far away. I mean, think about how long it takes to walk 10 miles.
Yeah, that's a good point. H has a counterclaim.
Oh, H. I don't understand the bullshit. Where's the bullshit? You're just asking what? Do people just bullshit here? I just did a presentation. I don't know if you consider that bullshit. Before that, they were talking to someone about measurements that the Earth is flat. I'm scrolling up. I don't see any memes in the chat, dude. Oh, it took me a while. Refraction, there's one. Yeah, going back. H, are you like in full cult mode? You don't upset Gober?
Maybe he's a robot. Can you speak, H, and prove you're not a robot? Do you have a belly
What's our point?
button?
Our point is read the title of the channel, okay? Flat Earth Discord. That means. Can you check for me? What?
I know what that means, Indio. I thought it was actually pretty funny. I asked him if he had a belly button. He said, "Can you check for me?" You don't think that's funny?
Hmm.
I don't know. Do robots have a sense of humor? They probably do sometimes.
Not this one.
I know. I'm easily entertained. It's my fault.
H, don't be shy. Just open your mic, dude. We're not going to attack you unless you say more dumb shit. Did you look in the side chat, Dandelion?
Oh yeah, that's the one Professor Triangle puts out when he's annoyed with me, I guess. Sometimes he puts nicer ones. He's probably mad because I beat him in the competition yesterday. That's why he had to put that there.
He'll open his mic when less redacted Epstein files come out. Why, you trying to see your name? You trying to be famous? You mad because they won't make you famous? What were you doing to Stephen Hawking on Epstein Island? We want to know. How do you know your shenanigans aren't intertwined with Epstein if you haven't seen the files? He could have been stalking you. You don't know that. He could have been sniffing your underwear out of your underwear drawer.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. So what's new this year?
Absolutely nothing yet.
That's sad. Why? Oh, yet? Oh, yeah, I guess yet. Oh, I know I'm not in the Epstein files because I've seen them. I've seen the unredacted version.
You know they never even redacted it. They just put like black boxes over it.
Oh yeah, of course.
If they actually did redact it, normal people wouldn't have been able to uncover the black boxes.
Now, H, I'm worried about you that you're very concerned about reading a record of a pedophilia sex ring. Are you like getting off on that or something? Does that thrill you?
Yeah,
You
you're playing the government mind tricks now, dude. How dare you
weird.
delve into that? You must be the evil one.
Hey, yeah, that's weird that you even think about it. I didn't even remember any of that shit till you guys just started talking about it. Like, if nobody talked about it ever again, I wouldn't know. I would never remember it.
Dude wants to fap to the Epstein files. What the hell? I need to get my ass to the Great Lakes, man. I need to do some observations there.
Great Lakes is a great place.
What is Great Lake
I'm in
Criterion?
Minnesota. We got Lake Superior.
That's
Oh, yeah.
right. You do. Are you from Minnesota?
Yep, but I live in St. Paul, so Lake Superior is up a little bit higher up. Kind of more close to Duluth.
Yep, I've been up there to Duluth and then up there to Grand Marais.
Nice.
Yeah, long time ago.
Did you ever go to the mansion where they had that altercation or whatever it was? I think it's called like
I went
Valentine
to.
Mansion, or
No, I never went
maybe it's
there.
something else. Yeah, someone got killed or
Lutzen.
something.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in that, luckily.
Good.
Did you go up there?
I saw it like one time when I was a kid.
Yeah, you could do some long distance observations there. That's what we're talking about. Lake Superior would be a great place to do it.
Yep. Oh, I bet. It's cold. It's really cold.
Well, not in the summer. It's not going to be cold in the summer. You mean the water itself?
The water, yes.
Yeah, I guess the water would be. Yeah, you might not want to go water skiing, but you
Yep.
could wade.
I think it's colder than the ocean.
I mean, it's cold. Like people don't
I think
like, you
so.
know, they don't spend a lot of time yeah, Lake Superior is not like a real like swimming spot. Like when I brought my boys up there, they they went in the water and they kind of waded and stuff. But yeah, you don't want to like hang around in there a long time.
It's like 40 degrees. In the summer, it gets up to 65 in August. That's about the same as here.
Mhm.
It's about the same as the Atlantic. It gets up to like 67. The Atlantic's fucking
Nice.
cold. Or the North Atlantic's freezing. Sucks, man. I know Dandelion's down there swimming in bathwater in Lake Michigan.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Southern Lake Michigan is very nice and warm. Yeah, in terms of the Great Lakes, that's the place to be.
Yeah.
Now Ray Lake Criterion, he's in he's near Lake Ontario, right? Is that where he's at? Yeah, because he's got the
Mhm.
Toronto, the whatever the hell that thing is, Toronto Arena.
I'm on Lake Erie.
Can you see across that Lake? How far is Lake Erie across?
Like 65 miles by, what is it, 170 or something? Something average like that, somewhere around there.
Yeah. You should be able to get some good stuff there. Because you can do stuff at angles, right? You don't have to go straight across. You could like find something that's straight across and then like kind of like go further away by like going down the shoreline or something.
I just want to get like Canadian side lights.
Has it ever been reported seeing them? Didn't they
Yeah,
see it back in the 20s or something?
No, no, in like 80s and stuff like that. I remember them being on the news saying, "Oh yeah, tonight you could see the Canadian lights." Got to do it, lake and the air temperature have to be just right. And they were seeing it from Terminal Tower, downtown Cleveland.
You're going to try again this year, Professor Triangle?
Yeah. We'll see what. Right now, it's kind of crazy outside. Got to wait for it to start calming back down again.
Good. Yeah, because this is going to be our year of observations. So that'll be good. Share our results.
Again, we're going to do observations again and share them again because Globers can't get enough of it. They come in here year after year, the same ones over and over because they can't get enough of us.
Oh, I know. Because every time I like bring it up and ask them if they want to know more, they're like, "Oh yeah, tell me more." Oh my gosh, observations demonstrate there's no curvature. Wow, I'm just going to totally forget about the sky, and I'm totally going to forget about outer space and eclipses and all those things and just give me more data, please. Isn't that what they say?
All the time. That's the new thing. They want only data now. They don't care about NASA, I guess, anymore.
Hallelujah.
They only
That's
want data from us,
2026.
though. For pictures, they got to know all the everything. Who was there, what color hat they were wearing, everything like that about the whole picture setup. But if they just go and get like a click here, look at the windmills are down underneath the water. Click. Oh, yeah. What was the temperature? How far away were you? I don't know. How high were you? I don't know. Nobody knows anything, but that's good
Where was
enough.
it? I don't know. They don't even know where it was. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
was it in
that's what
North
I'll
America?
ask them.
I don't know. Like,
Next time they come in, yeah, I'll ask them, can you tell me what Robert Simon had for breakfast each of the 4 months of days it was taking him to put together his globe image? I need to know what he
Yeah, I
had
wonder
for
if he
lunch
went to
and dinner
McDonald's
too.
drive-thru. I wonder if he went to McDonald's drive-thru at all during that time. Bet he did on hangover days for the sausage McMuffin with egg from McDonald's.
I bet he did. Yeah. And I need to know, like, how many sugars does he put in his coffee? How much cream? Like, before I could even begin to look at his Photoshop creation, I need to know those things.
well, he uses Fruity Pebbles as inspiration for the color matching.
That's good.
He's a 4 and 4 sugar cream kind of person.
Oh, no. I know. If he doesn't have more cream than sugar, then I'm sorry. He's not my hero anymore. Sorry, Robert. You've been replaced 2026.
Well, when you say replace, that means that someone took his place. Who is that someone?
I don't know, Jemsy. Who's got a better globe image than Robbie?
That's what I'm wondering. You said replaced.
That's true. He hasn't been replaced yet. That's right. I'm looking for the replacement.
Oh, he's just been fired. There's no replacement yet.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Did
Your
anybody
glow
get the
image.
footage from when they put the Mars car up in space with the guy sitting in it? And
Oh yeah, dude. I got that all over my
did,
channel, man.
did we finally get the footage of them with the camera facing the Earth as it flew away the whole time for days and days?
No, we didn't get that yet.
What? Well, are they going to release it soon?
Why did they promise they were going to do that?
Wouldn't you want to do that? Why would you waste all
Well,
that money
yeah.
just to not be able to see the Earth as farther and farther and farther away, all the way till you get to Mars? They were supposed to be sending it to Mars.
Well, the thing is, the car was like rotating, right? And that's like what the camera was getting. The Earth wasn't going by the car, because obviously, when something moves, obviously you're moving. So the Earth wasn't moving. The car was spinning in a circle, but they just stopped broadcasting that. I don't know why. They probably weren't too far away. Like, where's the rest of the video, man? Where's the rest of Starman?
Well, he was floating up in a capsule one day, sticking his hand up in the air.
You think we can pressure Musk on X? Ask him where the rest of the Starman. Hold on, let me ask one of the AIs what happened to it. I know who would know. Grok would know.
So, EOS, are you still there? iOS Pro 98?
I'm still here.
Oh, yeah. So did you know what we were talking about the long distance observations when we were talking about Lake Superior?
Yes, they were talking about it, that there's supposed to be like a 60-foot curvature over 10 miles.
Good. Wow. Gold
Yeah, I'm
star
just
that you
picking up on
remembered
I'm
that.
just picking up on
Nice.
yeah. Yes, I'm just picking up on it.
Yeah, I've got a Lake Superior observation for you. It's
Nice.
I think it's called Standard Lighthouse. I'll find it for you. Just a minute.
Was that on the wiki?
No, we never put it in there. One of the people I met at the Cracker Barrel gave it to me. Remember I told you about that lady that had the binder of her observations that she made around the Great Lakes? She sent
Yeah,
them
you
to
never
me.
said there was anything good in there.
Well, I'll post it and you can tell me if you think it's good or not. She sent me a whole bunch of them. I just have to find it.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah. She goes by Mayflowers. I know what her name is, but she said she doesn't want her real name to be attached to them. She wants her internet name. She also did this one of the nuclear plant, Newport, Michigan. I found that one, but now I'm not finding the other one. I know I've got it. Okay, here it is.
Oh wow.
There's more. There's another part where she's got the Earth curve calculator.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, so you're from Minnesota. This is from Marquette, so you probably I don't know. Did you ever go to that part of Lake Superior?
No. No.
I bet there's got to be some in Minnesota too. Like I wonder, Isle Royale. I know
Yeah,
you can take
yes,
the
the
ferry
lighthouses.
from you can take the ferry from Isle Royale. I mean from Minnesota to Isle Royale, or you can take it from Michigan. And I wonder how if you were taking it from Minnesota, I wonder at what point you could see Isle Royale. Have you ever known anybody that took the ferry from Minnesota?
No. Unfortunately not, no.
Yeah, because I looked into it because your ferry's shorter than our ferry.
You've been
And I
sitting on that? Why you been sit? Oh, I'm mad now.
oh, okay,
You're
good.
fired. Why you been
I
sitting on
know.
that?
It's gonna matter.
Oh my god, it's like 900 feet of curvature. Dude, like, and that's a tiny ass lighthouse. can't. You've been holding on us.
I
What else
have
is in
shown
your
this
binder?
before. Yeah, it's a great binder. She sent me the whole PDF of the whole binder, and I looked at the binder in person at the Cracker Barrel. But I think DJ's seen it before. I have shown it before, but you probably just weren't here. I don't know. I know somebody's here has seen it before. Yeah, she's got more. Yeah, she did like a tour of the Great Lakes, and she actually the reason. It's like, yeah, it's a very impressive binder. Her purpose for making the binder was that she was going to show it to her family. She was going to do like a presentation for them, which I thought was really impressive that like she was preparing for this presentation. But then, she's showing it to other people too.
That's a serious. That's a serious mismatch, and it's obviously the same lighthouse. That's obvious. The only thing that I would say is I need evidence that she was at that spot. You know what I mean? That's what,
Yeah, I
how
don't
do I
think
know they were really there?
like a picture of her camera or something. Is that what you're saying?
Not just like at least the spot that she took the picture from,
Yeah.
or like some indication.
I have to
Like, I
look at
mean,
the
it would be just
yeah.
good enough if she like if it was like a dock or like a boardwalk or top of a building. Because what's it?
Yeah.
How high did she say she was? 10 feet? Because they're gonna be like, how do we know you're 10 feet above sea level?
Yeah. I don't know if
Or
she
the
did that. That's a
lake
good
level.
point. I can look at the PDF again, but I don't remember seeing any of that kind of thing in there. So that's a good reason to have the checklist you were talking about.
Yeah, because like I already know what they're gonna do. Like they'll be like, well, we don't know how high they were. There's no evidence. Like they could have took that from 30 feet away. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, it's ridiculous, but
Yeah, I mean, I like how
know.
she's got, like you said, she's got I mean, she's got like her picture, yeah, of it, and then she has like the picture, clear picture of it so you can see that that's what it is. Cause yeah, but yeah, I agree that that would be a good thing to have.
I'd also like to, is this, do you know if this is a frame from a video or if this is a still shot? What camera was taken with? I mean, I'm just curious. I'm not
Yeah.
like.
Well, in reality, in
Oh, yeah.
truth, like
Oh my
in
god.
truth, it's just a method. Like
26
that's going to be
people here.
true. That's going to be true a million. Isn't it like they have agents on me, right? Like they have to talk when I talk, knowing my mic is bad.
Are you talking
Like
to us,
I
Cont?
could be gone for weeks. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because it sounds like you're far away. Plus, someone's interrupting you. You could be gone for weeks and what? Keep going.
Yeah, I mean that's
Basically
dry guy. Yeah. Oh,
going for
sorry.
weeks, and the moment I talk, hey, yeah, so anyway. But I'm just saying, like, it's really just the case that no matter what observation you do, nothing is going to match a globe because the Earth is flat. Like, so, like in reality, I understand. Especially back in the day, we wanted to be tight. We wanted to make sure Globers couldn't say, "Well, what's this? What's that? What's this?" But to be honest, we're kind of beyond that state. Like for people to be like, "What's this? What's that?" Yeah, okay. Anyway, this is what I've done. You can look into it, do it yourself, or I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I don't know if you were listening earlier on YouTube or you were here. So I presented like an observation and I got like water temperature, air temperature, all these things. And what we're thinking is, and this goes with what you just said, Elijah, about you can do it. But these clowns, they need to be told how to do it. They need literally like a cookbook or like a checklist or like, hey, dude, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this thing. This is how to go out and actually do an observation, where you should go, or like, you know what I mean? Okay, you should know how high you are. You should know how far away the thing is, whatever you're looking at or are going to observe, right? You should note what the air and water temperature is. You should
Yeah,
probably go on that
do you think we could really
Go ahead. Go ahead.
do you think we could really throw them off? I think a big monkey wrench question, which is obviously relevant, is do you know like what kind of observation would you do? Do you know how to do observation? Have you done one? Describe it. Because it's obviously talking about flat Earth, them wanting to talk about satellites and GPS and this, that, and the, well, I've come with an observation. Let's talk about that. Very simple. Have you done one? You feel me? Like,
Yeah, I know, but I guess what I'm saying, like you said, we're past that point, and like, hey, I did this.
no, I'm saying we're
Do it
past
too,
people
right? But like,
that are gonna hand wave. No, I'm saying we're past people that are gonna hand wave it because, like, you know, with the. I don't mean we're past doing that stuff.
But I think part of the hand waving is because, you know, we hear people go, "Oh, I'm too lazy to do that." Like, I think in their mind they think that these are like difficult to do. You know what I mean? They imagine that it's like some superhuman task to go do an observation instead of like, you know, it's literally. I mean, my first observation was a freaking with an iPhone. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not hard. But I think they think it's hard, and that's why they're like, "Oh, I can't do that. My mom only lets me out, you know, at certain hours of the day, and I can't." You know what I mean? They come up with all these excuses why they can't do anything.
There's no lakes in my country. There's no bodies of water
Yeah,
where I live
there's
at.
no water in my country. I live in the desert. We should be a flat earther even more if you live in the desert. But I don't think that, like, if someone said, "Hey, how high was the camera?" I don't think that that's really a hand wave. That's a legitimate question. But, you know, like the reason I want the information is the person that did this, I don't know who it is. I can't even ask them questions about it, right? So if I go to a Globie, I start posting this on X or start presenting this to a Globe Earther, all I have is these couple screenshots to go by as like, you know, hey, here's some flat Earth proof. You know, this lady did this thing. So missing all this curvature. That's a lot of curvature. So they're going to be freaking skeptical right off the rip, dude, because this is way off. The lighthouse is 130 feet. There's like 900 feet of missing curvature. Right? That's a lot. So they're going to be like skeptical, and rightly so. And like, how do I defend this if I don't know the details of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine, and that's definitely understandable. Um, it's crazy that we've had that, like, you know, for all many of our observations, I should say. Um, and you would think that the most common question we would get is, "Are you showing anybody this stuff? Like exactly as you showed me? Like because like what's going on? Like are more people talking about this? Like I never hear that. It's always, oh well, yeah, but so are all of the space stations lying? Or all of the like what's going on? But it's never. They're never looking at what you're showing them and going, "Hold up, this is weird. Who's responding to this? Where this is a problem? How many people are looking into this?" That doesn't happen.
Now, are there any normies in here that flat curious, have any questions, comments? Maybe you just got here, you don't even know what we're talking about. I mean, there was a guy.
There's
Like,
iOS Pro 98. He's got questions, Indio. I know he does.
I'm here. No, I'm just listening. Honestly, you got me into it. I think it's interesting.
Well, let me ask you
I don't
this.
think I have any questions yet. I don't know. I'm just kind of catching on. Yes.
Yeah. Let me just break it down to you. As our basic argument is that most of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water does not curve, right? That water's flat.
Yes.
Basically, there's
What
one
is it,
ocean.
like
We say
79 for
Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, but the world is really just one connected ocean. And if
it's like
that surface
29%
water
is
of
land
the
and
ocean
the
surface,
rest is. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. So if the surface of the water of the oceans are flat, then the Earth can't be a ball. It's a very simple proposition, and it's a logical necessity that a ball must be curved on its surface, and if it's not curved on its surface, then it's flat. It's like a true dichotomy. It can only be one or the other. Because a lot of the things they say that with a globe, they would work. You can construct a way for them to work on a flat Earth and a globe. Because they actually nothing directly related to the globe, like the sun, the stars, the moon, all these things. But the one thing that can decide one way or another is flat or curved on the surface. That's the only that's the only thing that positively will decide it. Okay, so that's what we do. We go and we check to see if it's flat on the surface, and it is.
Yes. Well, you know what? One thing my friend gave to me as an example, and he's a big flat earther. He said, take a tennis ball, for example, and if you got it wet and you just like spun it, then all the water would go flying off it, But that doesn't like happen on Earth. Like it's all like controlled.
Oh, it would be impossible to land an airplane. How are you going to land an
Or
airplane on a spinning ball?
right.
Especially think about it. Say you're flying north to south, right? And when you take off, where you are, the Earth is spinning at 500 miles per hour tangential velocity, and you're flying toward the equator. And the equator's going at 1,040 miles an hour tangential velocity. Where does that extra 500 miles per hour come from?
Right, that is kind of confusing.
And then the runway, like you'd have to have a sideways, like a sideways velocity, stay like to travel in a straight line over the globe, like one of those longitude lines. Your actual path would have to be curved through space, right? To stay straight over the surface of the spinning Earth. Then when you get to the runway, right, the runway's fucking moving sideways at 500 miles per hour. How the fuck are you going to land the plane?
I don't know.
This has been these questions have put to like there's a guy, he's on Twitter, he's a CERN physicist. He teaches physics. He can't answer the question. Because there's no answer, because it's impossible.
Right. Gotcha.
The guy's name is Franco Ligo or something like that. He worked at CERN. Now he's a professor of physics at university. We have him record on debate, basically saying, not answering how it's possible, and then saying, if you were a kid in my physics class and I knew you were a flat earther, I would flunk you just for that. Now think about that, dude. A physics teacher saying he would flunk somebody just because they were a flat earther.
It's pretty narcissistic. You're thinking. We're thinking.
Well, I mean,
that
like he just proves that it's like he's a gatekeeper for ideas. Believe my ideas, or you can't get in.
Right, it's pretty narcissistic. It sounds like.
Oh yeah, he is.
We're getting it right around
Shout out
here.
AJ. I'm shouting out AJ. Happy New Year, AJ. If you can't talk, that's fine. Don't hurt yourself.
Are you a good guy, Indio? I like it. I like you in the presentations and stuff.
Oh, he's an Indio fan. Ladies Man is thinks you're mean, but iOS likes you. I just looked up the Grand Portage, Minnesota to
Ladies, man, I
IRL.
thought you were about to say something completely different.
No, it's because Cyclo was talking to Ladies Man earlier. He got Ladies Man to reveal his secret notes on the flat earthers. It was quite funny. It was very comical. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Anyway, iOS Pro, it's 20 miles for the ferry from Grand Portage, Minnesota to IRL. So I bet you could even see IRL from the dock. That would be a good observation to do. The one from Copper Harbor is further. I know the ferry from Copper Harbor to IRL in Lake Superior is longer because I was looking into taking my children there, and I was thinking it'd be better to drive to Minnesota and of the shorter ferry than take them on the longer ferry because one of them was quite small. But that's why I was looking at the distance before. That's why I knew your ferry was shorter. So yeah, if you ever get a chance to do that, if you ever go up there, I think that would be a good long distance observation to do. I've never seen that done. I know you can't see it. At least I've been at the dock where the ferry docks at Copper Harbor. You can't see Isle Royale from the dock, but you can see it. There is a observation point that's up higher, and I don't actually know. I have actually seen it from that observation point, but I don't know the height of that lookout point because it says Isle Rail is 55 miles from Copper Harbor. So yeah, I've seen that at 55 miles, but it was up at a higher elevation. So I think that'd be a good one to do in Lake Superior.
Interesting.
Have you ever had any interest in going there? Do you know anyone who's ever gone there? Really? Because in Michigan, like going to Isle Royale, because it's a national park, is like a big destination. Like it's a bucket list type thing. People don't talk about it in Minnesota.
Well, to be honest, I live in the Twin Cities, so in St. Paul, and once you get up there higher, like most of the people in Minnesota, we all basically live in the same location for the most part.
And you don't want to leave the city. All of them are like, "Oh, we just love the city. We would hate to go to a place." Keep going.
Excuse me. My family and I, we have a nice cabin that's on Sturgeon Lake, which is pretty close to Lake Superior. It's not that far away. We could definitely like just for fun like go visit. I used to be a DoorDash driver. I'm still trying to figure it out. Like you could go and just enjoy different areas. I was having some problems with my job, but trying to figure it out for myself. Yeah, but I don't know if they still have a DoorDash going in Duluth. It's just not as populated up there, is what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
Yes, because everyone lives in the same area. No, not
Do they
totally,
call
but
it?
for the most
Yeah,
part.
yeah. So yeah, if you ever get up there, you could see if you could see the island. You'd have to find out. We'd have to find out what the highest point is of Isle Rail. I bet it's not very high. Probably you shouldn't see the island at all.
Cool.
Well, it's hard to say here. Highest elevation is Mount Desor, 794 feet above the level of the lake. Interesting. I didn't know they even had anything that would be called a mountain there. Interesting.
Look up Glen Sheehan. That's what I was telling you about. That's where I went when I was a kid. I haven't been there in a while. That's when I went to Lake Superior. Like I was saying, the water is cold. I remembered. It's been a while.
Oh, that's the mansion you were talking about.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Historical place or whatever.
Yeah, I've been to Duluth, but I didn't go to that mansion. I went to the library. They have a nice library there.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some other lighthouses that you could use there for long distance observation.
Yeah. Me, I live along the Mississippi River in Minnesota, so it stretches like all the way down and around the United States and stuff.
Yeah, because is that bridge that goes between the Twin Cities, between Minneapolis and St. Paul, does that go over the Mississippi River?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because I've been there before.
Oh, that's crazy. No way.
Oh yeah, I've been to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Yeah, I went to a really nice bookstore there. I can't remember what it was called. I went to the library there too. Because I used to take the Greyhound bus all around the country, so when you had to wait for the next bus, I'd just go to the library to wait. Yeah, it's a nice town. Both of them. I went to both of them. I walked across the bridge. Yep.
Nice. You're talking when it goes, obviously, when it goes to Wisconsin. Wisconsin to Minnesota. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the lighthouses. There's several there. Yeah, there's several Lake Superior lighthouses that you could use for long distance observations. I'm just looking at it on Google Map. On the Google Map. I'll show you the screenshot.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I might have been to that Wisconsin Point Lighthouse.
Yeah, that one's close to your side of the lake. I can see why she picked the Standard Rock Lighthouse because it's further out in the water. It's pretty far out there. A lot of these are close to the shore. But you could still you could use, instead of using the island itself for an isle observation, it would make more sense to use one of the lighthouses. And it'd be better really to do it from Michigan. Because really in this map, Grand Portage looks really close. Do they call it Grand Portage or do they call it Grand Portage? Your town, or don't you know?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just wondered.
Excuse me. Yeah, I haven't been over there. To be honest with you, I think this is funny. I've never even, I swear, I've probably never even heard of Grand Portage until you're bringing it up right now. Like, there's probably no one living over there.
Yeah, it's probably small. Yeah, it's probably
Right,
mainly
that's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
For the most part, there's there's some people living in Duluth, a good amount of people, but most of the people all live in the St. Paul area. Once you get higher up there, it's not as many people living around there.
Oh, I totally know. Yeah, because I went from Duluth up that little shoreline up to Lutsen and then further north. Yeah, and there's like nobody there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys mean that there's nobody there, like empty towns? Or no
Oh, I'm
towns at all?
exaggerating. I mean, like I spent a lot of time because there's a national forest right near Lutsen. That's where I was wandering around there. I did wander around for a long time without seeing anyone at all, Gemsy. Yeah, but there are people up there. But you can definitely avoid them if you want to.
Yes, you're like hiking or camping in the forest?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is there like cabins that people can go to that are allowed to go? I don't know, cabins that I've seen people go, like public cabins.
Yeah, I bet there's like cabin rentals. I bet there is. I mean, I was camping, but I bet there's cabin rentals. I just, didn't look into it. But I bet there is. So yeah, iOS, the point of the long distance observations is that if we lived on a globe with the radius they claim, then we wouldn't be able to see these things that we can see because they would be hidden behind this alleged curve, which is never seen.
Right. I believe it.
Yeah, so all you have to
I'm
do
just
is
kind of learning this today.
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, I'll give you a link to a list of a whole bunch of observations, but, like, I was trying to encourage you if you could, if you ever make your way up there to do them yourself, but, uh even if you can never do that, you can just think about how the only reason that you really think that it's a globe is because you've seen it on TV or on a computer screen, but in reality, we don't experience the globe, and that's what we just document that, and we, try to help other people to understand that it's okay to accept reality the way it presents itself, which is flat and stationary.
Yes.
Because usually, like, you seem like a person who's not, like, too totally freaked out by the idea, that there's no globe. Some people just can't even handle it. They just,
No, not at all.
they just have to remain in denial. So, but, it's just
Honestly,
it's just
it's been in the back of
concept.
my head for a while now because of my other friend who's all about it. He was telling me that the rapper Bob made up a flat earther album.
Yeah,
Just
that's
telling me all
right.
this crazy stuff.
That's great. Yeah, B.O.B., the rapper. That's one of the things that got me into it back in 2015. That's when he was making a big stink about it on Twitter and people were freaking out.
Yeah.
That's how I got into it because I was going to show those teenagers that rapper was leading them astray. But now here I am 10 years later, agreeing with him. What do you think of that?
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, turns out he was right.
Yeah, honestly, you taught me some things today, so I'll definitely think about it a little bit more differently now. Like, yes. Maybe
Yeah,
my
well,
friend knew about this stuff and he just never told me all of it. I don't know.
yeah, or maybe you'll be able to tell him new things because it is
Right.
possible for people to know that the earth is flat without understanding the concept of the long distance observations and the laser tests. I mean, that is the best evidence. There's other evidence too, but that's the most conclusive evidence. Yeah, and we have a server. We have several different servers. If you're interested in getting more information, that these servers have a lot of information channels, and your friend might like it too. Like the server, the tags that people have after their name. Have you ever used those before?
Yes.
Yeah, like Indio has flat. I have the flat, and then DJ Anti-Globalist up there. He has that FE little tag there. Those go to different servers that have more information. If you're interested, just giving you the option.
Oh. That'll probably be okay. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, your choice.
Well, I've been talking to my friend and watching this news about this three-eye atlas. If you've seen it.
What is it? Tell
No,
me.
like NASA, they call it a comet. It's probably not a comet. They have this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the one that we were joking about. There was some. Yeah, I'm sorry. There was some kind of
all
joke
these
about that
anomalies
where a
to
guy
it.
made a video where he was. You guys, other flat earthers, please tell me. You know what I'm talking about? Where somebody made like an AI video about this thing. Yeah,
Yeah, you're
that's the
probably
only.
gonna see a lot of AI videos. Well, let
Yeah.
me tell you about it. It
That's the
has
only thing I know about it.
these anomalies. It's the third interstellar object to come passing through the solar system. So it came from another star. When 3I Atlas started its journey, like billions of years ago, there was no humans on Earth. This thing is like the oldest thing and the fastest thing that
Oh
humans have ever
boy.
seen.
Oh, you're
And
telling
that's
us
a
fairy
fact.
tales now, iOS. Those are nice science fiction stories. Yeah, now I
It's
remember because
astronomy.
logical observations. Now I remember it was because there was some video where the person who was supposed to be a person was saying, weren't they saying like 3I/Atlas or something? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so the story you just told is not scientific. It's a science fiction story, right? That you would be able to say in time when this began its journey, right? Yeah, like logical observations
Right.
has told you there in the voice chat there that we're all basing this on these myths, like the myth that the sun is 93 million miles away and so on. So all of these are stories. They're science fiction that's been told that has no basis in actual reality because it can't be
Yeah,
verified or proven. Yeah.
right. You're probably right about that.
Yeah.
Because they say it's like watching like the end of a bullet on its trajectory, basically.
And you got all excited when you started talking about it because it's like, wow, space, it's so cool. Yeah, don't get sucked into that stuff because it's a bunch of nonsense. Like,
There might
how
be
are you
some
going to
nonsense
verify
with it,
that?
but
Yeah, how are you going to
I
verify
think
any of that?
well, how I verify it is through this smart Harvard scientist coming up with all the claims.
Ooh,
And I
and
I
did you ask?
honestly think that
Yeah,
he's so
yeah.
smart. He knows about it really
Ooh,
well, like
he's so
almost better
smart. Did
than
you give
anyone
him?
else.
Did you give him an IQ test, or did you ask him some questions like, "Where's your evidence, Mr. Harvard guy?" Did you ask him any of those questions?
Well, he's constantly posting about it.
Mm. What's his name?
His name's
Is he?
Avi Loeb.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
Look
how
him up
would
if you
he
want.
know how long ago this 3I/Atlas thing started its journey? How did he verify that?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah,
Well,
ask him.
because it's coming from some part of the Milky Way galaxy. Yeah, yeah, I definitely couldn't, but yeah, from some different star system.
Different star system. Yeah, so like we see these stars in the sky. Yeah. We can't go to them. We've never even been to the moon, right? Which a lot of people think, that would be the closest celestial body, but we've never even been there, so we can't verify any of these claims. So all the other stuff is just kind of like, people sitting around and making conjectures, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's why we here at the 24/7 Flat Earth channels, we prefer to stick to observations we can make on the Earth. That's why, we were talking about the long distance observations. Like, those are things that you, me, or anyone else could go out and verify on our own. Like, for example, the Standard Rock lighthouse observation in Lake Superior that we were just discussing. I met this lady at the Cracker Barrel. She showed me her binder. She told me all about her observation, how she drove around and I'm totally, I don't need to be convinced by her observation because I've already made my own, but like, it's convincing enough to me. But if you, wanted to know more or do it yourself, you could, if you cared enough, drive up over there. You're closer than most people to Standard Rock Lighthouse. You're probably the closest person in this VC to Standard Rock Lighthouse. You could go there this summer, bring your tent, wait till the conditions were right for you to make that observation. You could replicate it. You could document it. You could take a picture of your camera and measure the height and document all of that. And then you would have the documentation. So in the past, when the Western civilization was built upon largely upon the scientific method, as well as amazing art, literature, and music. But since we're talking about science and math right now, they actually said you had to do something if you were going to make a scientific claim, like what your Harvard dude might think he's doing with his whatever it is he thinks he's looking at, the 3i / atlas. What is that supposed to be? What did you call it? A comet or something? What are you calling that thing?
No, it's not a comet.
It's a what?
It's an alien. It's an alien spacecraft.
Oh, I'm
It-
sorry, an alien spacecraft. Silly me. Your
It's an
spacecraft, which is
artificial,
being
object that's
promoted.
targeted to the solar
Yeah,
system.
okay. Yeah, so your spacecraft that your smarty pants Harvard dude's talking about, you could ask him, hey, your natural observation of your alien spacecraft, can you tell me what your documentation is of all of your claims, especially how many billions years ago did you tell me this alien spacecraft began its journey? How
A while ago.
your smarty pants? Didn't you say it was billions of years? Smarty pants said. How many billion?
Well, it has all these anomalies. I could go on like about a shit ton of shit about it. Like it has
Yeah,
all
okay.
these different things that are weird to it.
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah. So iOS, do you not see how your smarty pant Harvard claim is really weird, crazy, and out there? That he's saying this alien spacecraft started billions of years ago to come toward Earth. But I'm telling you, a lady I met at the Cracker Barrel saw a lighthouse in Lake Superior that she should not have seen according to the fixed geometry of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, an observation which you could replicate for yourself. Which claim seems more reasonable to you? I saw a lighthouse in Lake Superior at a distance that would be impossible on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, claim A, or claim B. An alien spacecraft is heading toward Earth and it started heading toward us billions of years ago. Which claim seems more reasonable to you, claim A or claim B?
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna go with claim A because I'm not trying to argue with you.
Oh, shoot. Don't just be convinced by me. Like, just objectively, like, just, a robot's asking you. Claim A, I saw a lighthouse. Claim B, an alien spacecraft is heading toward Earth and it started billions of years ago. Which one's more reasonable? Give me your honest opinion. Not just to please me. You can pick claim B. Because obviously, like, that's what the average globetard would pick. Yeah, it's more reasonable that an alien spacecraft is heading toward Earth because Harvard Smarty Pants said it, than that the lady from the Cracker Barrel saw a lighthouse. That's the world we live in now, iOS. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Do you not think that's weird?
Well, if the Cracker Barrel lady was an alien, then I guess it's more believable.
I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. iOS is telling me that there's an alien spacecraft headed toward Earth and that a dude from Harvard made it true.
It's not headed towards Earth.
Oh, it's not? Oh, I'm sorry. It's going the other way. Which way is it going?
Going towards Jupiter right now.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Okay, so the alien spacecraft is headed toward Jupiter. Yeah, because Harvard dude said so. Okay. That sounds cool.
Indio just said he knew about it. It has the non-gravitational acceleration.
Yeah, I heard it too. Yeah. Yeah, the 3i / atlas. Yeah, I heard about it a few months ago.
It's 3i divided by Atlas.
Oh, divided by, that was it. Yeah, thank you. I thought I forgot. Yeah, I knew I was thinking about it wrong. Thank you for reminding me. Yep, 3i divided by Atlas. That's right. Yeah,
iOS,
and
do
we're
you want to believe in aliens or something? Like, is that like?
Hmm?
You think you're like you have like you're just like credulous, like you kind of like want to believe it?
Do I want to believe in aliens? Well, it's just such bro. It's an interesting question. Are we alone in the universe? You know, like one of the most interesting questions ever. Are you kidding me?
Well, you're not alone. Here we are talking to you.
You know, it was fun talking. I'm probably gonna head out
And then
now.
there's like animals, right? And you can communicate with animals to a degree, so they're not
Oh,
humans.
shoot. He left India. I was not trying to be mean to him. Was I making fun of him
You were
too
not
much?
mean to him.
Okay, thank you. Because I just found it really funny. I'm sorry that he took that seriously. I found that really funny. Is that mean that I found it funny? I'm sorry.
No. What did he say before you left? I didn't hear him.
Said I'm gonna head out now. That's all he said.
Yeah, you're crushing his dream. That's why I asked him if you want to believe it. He's crushing his dreams, man.
I
It'll
know.
be
Too bad.
interesting if
Yeah.
there's things that aren't humans or animals that are like flying around in a big vacuum for billions of years. Yeah, super interesting, bro.
Too bad Professor Triangle isn't here because he could have done it instead of me. That would have been better.
I don't understand the fascination.
Yeah, I really don't either. I just really don't.
Are you familiar with any of the abduction nonsense? Like Whitley Strieber?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think, yeah, long ago I heard some things about that. I don't really remember all the details.
I read Whitley Strieber's book when I was a lot younger. I can't remember the name of it. I think it was called oh shit, I can't remember. Hold on. Communion. Yeah. We claimed these was visitors from a cabin in upstate New York by non-human sentient beings. The book was big, right? I think it was on Oprah. She did a thing on it. It's just
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't really know anything about it. Rusty P wants to know if aliens are possible on a flat Earth. Is he muted for a reason? I remember we've talked to him before, but I don't remember that much about him.
Rusty. I
Mhm.
think he's only ever been. Now, don't take this the wrong way, Rusty. I'm gonna unmute you, but I think he's only been muted because of intoxication. But I could be completely wrong. So if I'm impugning your reputation, I apologize. Are aliens possible on a flat Earth? Not space aliens. Maybe interdimensional aliens or spiritual aliens or metaphysical aliens or there's like a heated debates event going on. Is that like a thing? Can we get like heated debates flat Earth when they're done? Can we get in? Is that their thing? And can we get into it? Can we like be one of their lackeys?
Is it on the stage? Or I see it. Heated debate religion.
It's in Ask a Hindi. No thanks. Okay, never mind.
Well, I mean, we could do we have done a stage thing here before, but not in a while, it seems like. Remember?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think I remember. I'm not quite sure. I can't be sure of anything outside of my jar. So,
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Yeah, the 3i divided by Atlas when that came out, because we were talking about how we were the 24 divided by 7 flat Earth server. How could I forget?
yes, 24 divided by 7. So that would be 3 remainder 4. Can we just like skip that? We just call it 3 remainder 4.
That would be funny. I like that. That's our code name.
I think we should start doing like Sesame Street type. We're gonna steal their intellectual property. Like this episode of 24/7 Flat Earth was brought to you by Perspective.
That's good. That's good. I like it. Yeah, and then I want to have like somehow some of those animations like that one where they show the Moonlander like taking off and it looks really
Oh, the
ridiculous. Like
Technicolor Moonlander, the
yeah,
Technicolor launch.
yeah, gotta have that in there somewhere with the Sesame Street animation.
My good, we should make like little puppets. We should make like puppets and do like a Muppet version of the Apollo mission.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure like the same like probably the people who did the moon landing, because that was late 60s, and then I think Sesame Street started in the 70s. It's probably the same people, right? They probably be looking for a job after Apollo, so they went to work for Sesame Street. I'm pretty sure that's true. I mean, come on, prove me wrong.
Is that Jim Henson? Was that his name?
Yeah.
We got Elsa AI. Oh boy. My God, you called it.
What
Jim
does it
Henson's
say?
collaboration connection to NASA involves a recent major collaboration with the Jim Henson Company on Fraggle Rock, a spacey adventure, a live show at Kennedy Space Center teaching kids about NASA's Artemis missions, plus past work with pigs in space segments for NASA on The Muppet Show.
Totally. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about pigs in space when I said that. There you go. It's all just one giant propaganda machine.
That was only like 6 days ago. Fraggles have
Really?
officially landed at Kennedy Space Center 6 days ago.
Yeah, the NASA Muppet Show military industrial complex.
Well, you got to brainwash the kids, man. That's the main thing. Okay, so Jim Henson has something called Pajanimals. Have you ever heard of this? Pajanimals?
It sounds familiar, but I wouldn't be able to give you any details about it. What was it?
If a friendly puppy puppet from Apollo is a friendly puppy puppet from Jim Henson's Pajanimals, a show by the Jim Henson Company. And the Moon, a recurring comforting figure in the series, especially for Apollo, who often looks to the Moon for guidance on his nighttime adventures, with the Moon character reassuring him about feelings in new days. So there's a dog named Apollo, a puppy, who takes guidance from the Moon in his adventures. I'm sure that's all just a coincidence. Oh, they even have Father's Day advice from the Moon. Oh, awesome. Want some Father's Day advice from the Moon?
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I just,
can't.
let me see.
Father's Day advice from Moon. And Apollo stands by with bated breath.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the animation level parallels, but yeah, there's way more parallels than that. I really do hope that some sane civilization in the future will recognize that these sci-fi claims that they call science via NASA are the wildly unreasonable, insane thing, and that flat earthers were the reasonable ones. I mean, I know that's true in my heart, mind, and soul, and so do all of you, but I just don't understand why it's not more obvious to more people. I mean, really, that's what I don't get. Like, I guess it, I guess I should know because I mean, propaganda has been carefully honed, especially over the last 75 years or so. They've gotten really good at it to where they can literally make people scoff at the reasonable, logical position just because it's the cool thing to do to fit in with society. And they can make them believe these insane claims with zero evidence to back them up just because they saw them on TV. And they really don't see that is crazy. I don't know what to say. Like, all I can do, I guess I should write this out on a piece of paper and put it in an iron box and bury it in my yard and hope that someone in the future will realize that not everyone went along with this nonsense.
I mean,
My
Like,
box
what are
should
they
be
gonna do?
stainless steel. That's
Like,
what
what
you're
are they
going to
gonna
say,
do?
Indio. Oh, Indio, I was sure you were going to say, why don't you put it in a stainless steel box instead of an iron box? I'm sorry, but what were you going to say?
Why would I say
So
that?
the box wouldn't rust, then my piece of paper would be destroyed.
Well, I mean, I guess I'd say put it in. What do they got? They got like rubber or rubber coated stainless steel. That'll last forever.
Okay, I'll do that. But what were
Stainless
you
steel
going to
does rust.
say?
It just takes a long time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. I'll have to find the right maybe a stone box. That would be the best one, right? A
You just
stone
carve the
box.
message into stone, and then you're good.
Okay, that's what I'll do. Okay, what were you going to say?
I forgot now. No, did I forget? Yeah, I actually did forget. What
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. I bet it was really deep. Will people in
I
the
don't know if I
future
remember, it
realize
will be.
Okay, yeah. No, I was saying that will people in the future realize that not everyone went along with this sense and, that was the topic.
Yeah, that topic's a little,
Propaganda, that's what we were talking
Yeah,
about.
so what I was gonna say is at some point, there has to be a point, some chronological point that the gig has to be up at some point, like the space gig. Like, they've been kicking the can down the road for 80 years. Can they make it another 80 before people are like, "Hold on. Something ain't right. We've been trying to do this for, 160 years, and we're still nowhere." Right? The gig is gonna have to be up. But what I think, honestly, and this might sound crazy, but it's probably more likely than the gig being up, is that they'll crash everything and throw civilization back freaking 200 years where people forget there was ever such a thing as a space fucking program at all. They'll nuke the information and wipe out the people whose memory it was, or the people won't even care after a while. If you're subsistence living, right? If you're subsistence living for like 2 decades and society and the whole structure of society worldwide has collapsed, you're gonna be like, yeah, sitting here building a fire, and you're gonna be like, those fuckers lied about the space program, right? Like you're freaking hand building a fire, right? Fucking with a, you know what I mean? You're living like a caveman. Like, why are you gonna care about the space program? I think that's the only way they can like get away with it is if they just like destroy civilization and just like start over.
Yeah, because we've talked about this before. Yeah, like at what point, they started out like they didn't know, I guess is what we're uh, supposed to think, or at least some of the people involved in the early space program thought they really could get to the moon, right? At least some of those people must have really thought it. Like I was thinking about this when I was looking at that book, NASA Moon to America last night, because we were talking to one of the people in the home server last night about that. Because in that book, because we were talking about Gus Grissom, remember, and in this book, I'm trying to remember exactly how he puts it, because Gus Grissom was on 2 missions before the Apollo mission, which I actually didn't realize till I was looking at this last night. I'm just trying to find the little chart here. I just put the link there in the voice text. It starts at page 65 is where the Gus Grissom part is. Oh yeah, there's the chart. Yeah, I'll just take a screenshot of it. So So, because we know Gus Grissom was the whistleblower for the Apollo mission, saying they weren't going to really be able to get there. But he also went on a Mercury mission and a Gemini mission. Because this author, Ralph Rene, Reen maybe, says the first American in space was Alan Shepard, followed by Grissom, and then Glenn. I'm convinced that every Mercury flight was real and that the phony missions only started after Grissom's Gemini 3. Even some of the later Gemini flights were real, which leaves most of the original astronauts smelling like a rose, etc. So anyway, my point of bringing this up in the context of what we were just talking about is they were like bluffing for a while, right? And then they decided to do this major bluff with the moon landing, but maybe they still thought they were going to be able to do something, and then at some point realized they couldn't. So then they're just like, how long can we carry on this hoax? And they're probably, I would be surprised if I were them. I mean, if I were a person who wanted to deceive the world, which I'm not, but if I were, I'd be surprised that I could carry it out for 75 plus years or whatever you want to say, whenever it is that they actually consciously started to deceive. I mean, if you're talking about the moon, so I guess it's only been, like 55 years or so, 56. Yeah, so yeah, I agree that they've got to be thinking now. Yeah, like I can't believe we've gotten away with this long. Like, how much longer can we keep this up? Do you think that's true that when they first started lying, that they thought they were going to be able to catch up with their own lie and actually do something? Or do you think they realized we're really never going to be able to do this? We're just gonna keep doing this. Like, it seems like a bad plan to just indefinitely carry this out when you know.
I think the people executing the plan, they don't care because they're going to be dead anyway.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
guess
think.
you're right. Yeah,
I don't think they look forward. I just think that they're like, hey, how do we control our population today? Who cares about, down the road because I'm alive now? You know what I mean? If I screw up the future propagandists, who gives a shit? Like, why do they care? You know what I mean?
Because they're also raking in money and they're also doing like weapons development and spy. Yeah.
All that stuff was conflated. I mean, you remember, you were alive. Like the missile, ICBM ballistic missile with nukes and the space programs. All that stuff was like conflated together. It was almost the same thing. Like a rocket's a rocket, a missile's a missile, right? And they're spending money simultaneously on both things, and people only pay half attention to stuff. And they're like, NASA's building a new rocket called the frickin' Minuteman, or that's what people would hear. But the Minuteman was supposed to be intercontinental ballistic missile. So it's just like, gotta remember, like there's only you do remember there's only three news sources, and right, all that information and there's some newspapers, and all that information is getting conflated in people's minds. They're like, are they like, is it a missile? Is it a rocket people go on? Is it an ICBM? Like, what is it? Right, that they're spending money on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
They're like
that makes
muddying
sense.
the
Yeah.
water. They're like muddying the water of like what they're actually spending money on.
Yeah, because if you're raking in billions on your mafia front, that's we're doing space exploration when we're really making billions on weapons development. Like at some point, yeah, do you really care? Just like the mafia, yeah, like oh yeah, we're selling olive oil over here.
Yeah, but weapons development. But what is weapons development? It's we're gonna sit at our desk and do shitloads of paperwork forever and ever and ever and ever and never produce frickin' a goddamn thing. But during the whole time we're paying ourselves ginormous sums of money to do nothing. And we'll make a good old boys club of, people we like, and like all the smart people that would figure out our fraud, oh, we'll hire them and give them freaking jobs.
Yeah, so they're just grifters. Yeah, that answers my question. Yeah, they didn't really have a long-term plan. They just want to keep stealing money as long as they can, so they can keep living high on the hog. Well, the average American and average other world population person is barely struggling to buy milk for their children. Yep. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me read this to you. So I asked Google Gemini if there's any connection between the Apollo program and Jim Henson. So here we go. In 1966, Henson produced an experimental documentary for NBC called Youth 68. In this film, he included actual footage of the Saturn Apollo 5 launch, an uncrewed test flight of the Apollo module during a montage with technology in the changing world. This is the most direct instance of Henson using Apollo material in the work during this era. Now, remember, this is Apollo 68. This is pre moon mission. So he was trying to get in on the grift. So 2, Pigs in Space in the space shuttle. Wake-up calls. After the popularity of the Muppet Show sketch Pigs in Space, NASA asked Jim Henson to record special wake-up calls for the astronauts aboard the space shuttle Columbia during the STS-2 mission in 1981. Now, this is the second launch, right? The first launch was, I think, Challenger. Or no, Columbia was launched both times, and then Challenger came. So this is STS-2 is the second mission. It's 2-seater. So they woke up. There's only 2 people in it. They expanded how many people the space shuttle can carry to have a crew. And the characters in the recording feature Captain Link Hogthrob and Miss Piggy, waking up astronauts Joe Engel and Richard Truly. Now here's where it gets crazy, as it always does with this shit. NASA, remember, so in the mid-90s, NASA wanted to send a civilian to space to get children interested in the space program. Remember that? They had the teacher thing, right? And they tried to get
Krista
like
McAuliffe.
Yeah, and then she turned into freaking wherever she turned into. She changed her name and retired to Florida or whatever she did. But this was the original plan. Listen to this original plan. NASA originally considered sending Carol Spinney, the puppeteer who played Big Bird, into space in costume. But the Big Bird puppet was too large and bulky to fit safely into the space shuttle cabin, so the idea was scrapped. NASA instead chose teacher Krista McAuliffe for the mission, which ended tragically in the Challenger disaster in 1986. Now, if Big Bird made it on the Challenger, there could have been Big Bird feathers all over the side of Florida. Now imagine that Big Bird blew up in the frickin' Challenger. That would have been hilarious. I don't think kids would be interested in space anymore.
Yeah, they must have decided that'd be too traumatic. Yeah, that's just like,
know,
oh my goodness, you can't make this up. You can't make this up.
I know it like Mara said, it gets crazy. Like it always gets like to the absurd, and I think that's part of like how the propaganda works. That it like seems normal, but there's always some just like absurd, out of the like just like you can't believe it. It's so crazy in these stories, right? Like I'll use 9/11 for example. One of the stories of 9/11 was the guy was like on the 35th floor when the building collapsed, and he like rode the rubble down the stairwell and fucking survived, or some stupid shit like that, right? Or like the passports. Like there's always like these absurd stories, right? These absurd anecdotes within these major stories that I think, because they're there, I think it's like some psychological thing that people are like, oh my God, that's so absurd. No one would make that up, right? It's just too crazy. So it makes like the rest of the story like easier to psychologically swallow because there's like one absurdity in it.
Yeah, yep. You can tell it's real because it seems so fake type thing.
Exactly, exactly. And so what people will do, all right, when the event happens, they'll sit around the water cooler, you know, and talk about, did you know there was someone in the World Trade Center that was in the 17th floor when it collapsed and they basically freaking surfed to the freaking rubble to the bottom and survived, right? They don't talk about what actually happened, right? They talk about the outlier absurdities. Right? Like you heard the JFK Kennedy connection? The Lincoln JFK connection? You ever hear about that?
I think so. Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Lincoln was shot in a theater and ran to
Oh, yeah.
and ran to a freaking and ran to a warehouse Ruby shot from a warehouse and ran to a theater. Lincoln's secretary was named Kennedy and Kennedy's secretaries was named Lincoln. All that crap, like all those coincidences, and people like they fixate on like those absurd stories, like, oh my god, look at all these coincidences, instead of focusing on like what really like what the actual absurdity. So when you have like I think maybe like if you have something that's really absurd, the fundamental absurdity of the main story becomes more plausible. I don't know.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
some
a good point.
psychological
Yeah, I
trick-
never thought about that before. Is that India original thought?
Yeah, right now I just came up with.
Yeah, good job.
That's how the sausage is made. Live sausage making with Gordon Ramsay.
Woohoo! Gunter O'Dim just joined us. Hello, Gunter.
Hello.
Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
Huh? Hello.
Yeah, you're here. You are in the Flat Earth channel.
It's me. It's cool. Okay. It's me. Listen.
You would like to listen? Yeah, maybe the Eagle, Brutal, wants to talk to us.
Yes.
Brutal joined us recently.
The earth ain't
Welcome.
flat, it's curvy, just like you, bitch.
Somebody else can talk to Lorelei. I'm not going to.
Yeah, the earth is curvy, just like that bitch.
Why are you calling her a bitch?
But I ain't talking to her, you stupid faggot. I'm talking to you.
Why are you calling me a faggot?
I can call you whatever you want.
She call you bitch too, man.
Call me sir. That's what I'm used
Huh?
to.
I'll
Call me
you
sir,
you.
dude.
I'm gonna call you fuck you. What's up?
Look, can you tell me? I just have one question. Why are your
Yeah, it's
parents related?
curvy.
Yeah, I have a question,
sand
dude.
is curvy.
Oh.
The earth is curvy.
Yeah, now you're on mute. Answer my question. Yeah, you better leave. Pronouns. Did you have something to say?
He call you bitch too.
Yeah. So what? What do I care? He wouldn't say
you
it to my
asked me
face.
if I wanted to say something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. You seemed like
you were
were gonna
expecting
play
something from me, so I told you.
No, like you chimed in and overtalked that guy. I didn't hear what you said, so I just want to know, like, are you a nutless
Oh, no,
wonder?
no.
You can't speak up for yourself.
Me? Why
Yeah,
do I
you.
need to speak up for myself?
Because you seemed like you were too cowardly to talk until the other guy talked.
Well, bro, I just came and he called you bitch and then faggot, and you asking him,
Yeah, I
you
asked
calling
him
me
why'd you
faggot,
call.
and I just told you he called you bitch too.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, see, you got the message, sir. Thank you. Now my pronouns. Do you think the Earth is a spinning, wobbling water pair going through vacuum of space at 1.5 million miles per hour?
I'm not here to talk, man. I just want to listen while working, you know. You guys always talking really stupid stuff, and I'm having really too much fun like listening.
What do YouTube listen?
You can't seem to form. Anyway, okay. You need to give us something to talk about. Like, do you have a question? We can answer it. You can just you don't have to
No,
interact
I'm
because
cool.
we
I'm
are.
cool, man. I'm just gonna listen. If I get
Yeah,
bored,
but
I'm
what?
gonna leave. I'm cool.
Yeah, you're
Why you
gonna
so
listen, but
desperate to
what?
speak with me, man? Come on, I just wanna
I
listen.
don't want it. Dude, are you listening? You're not listening. What did I just say to you? Repeat it back to me.
Well, I'm not here to talk. Stop talking to me. I'm just here to listen.
But you're not listening
Damn.
because you can't repeat back what I said.
You're talking to me. Of course, I'm not listening. I'm answering you.
What did I say?
Bro, you didn't say nothing after I came. You speaking with
Okay.
me, and you were speaking with some guy.
Okay, what I just said to you was, we need something to talk about. Give us a topic.
Bro, talk about whatever the hell you want. Damn.
Okay, we'll talk about how your parents are related by blood. Want to talk about that? How your family tree has no branches? You want to talk about that?
I know them personally, yeah, you can speak about that. Oh, okay.
So, when you hear the song "I'm My Own Grandpa," is it a documentary? Is it like it's a family song? I'm my own grandpa. You ever hear that song?
Still speaking with me?
Oh, I thought you were listening. Dude, just go on fucking mute. Shut up.
Maybe Ira would like to talk to us. If anybody could
about
save
Vintage
us
Bait?
from these people. Vintage
Wasn't
Bait,
he first?
I thought is
Wasn't
flat
he?
earther, yeah? No?
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong.
I thought it was Seaman Politics. He might have been.
Yeah, but he can talk to us still. Hi, Vintage
Yeah,
Bait.
guys. It's 2026. You have no reason to be a glober still.
That's right. Absolutely.
Here.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah. Imagine all of people. Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Gonter again. Are we going to try again?
Try it again.
Do you think that you live on a globe there, Gonter?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Oh, there, Latsuka's got that's exactly the Sesame Street animation I'm talking about right there. Yeah, it's so funny that I was just making a joke that Jim Henson went from from producing that to producing Sesame Street, but turns out I was right. Nice.
Who do you
Thank you.
Who do you think they proposed to fly in that? Would it be Gonzo or maybe?
Yeah, that's what we need, like that, with just like a little like Kermit over there on one of the hills, and then Gonzo over there in the valley. That'd be fun. Miss Piggy over on the side. Miss Piggy's doing the photography.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll have Waldorf and Stadler at Mission Control.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, so Gonter, what makes you think you live on a globe?
Okay. Okay. It's a flat air. Okay. Original. Okay.
Okay, Gonter, this channel is intermediate English at least. If you're not intermediate level English, you're not going to understand what's said, and you're probably not going to be able to communicate with us effectively.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just telling you. No, it's not a jibe against. It's nothing against you. I'm just telling you, like, doesn't help to learn a language when you don't like. I couldn't just enter a fluent Chinese chat, and I'd be lost even if I knew some Chinese. Like, I'm just telling you.
Understand. Bye. Ooh.
How about Elra? You recognize Elra?
No, but I would like to talk to that person.
The
Their
one that
favorite
couldn't
color,
speak
yeah.
English?
No, the EIRA, yeah. Favorite
Oh.
color is purple. But they're not speaking.
Not interested in romance, enjoying my spate. Expect less, hurt less. Purple is my favorite color, but I wear white and blue. Okay, then. You're beginner level English speaker.
Okay,
So,
well, maybe that's why. Yeah, then there's
but
MT Vez. We've talked to MT Vez before. Maybe not. Maybe it's just that same kind of generic picture. I've seen that before. I don't know if anybody's got any questions about Flat Earth. Speak up. Or comments. Oh yeah, in the chat there, Ira's saying just want to listen.
that's what I don't understand about I just want to listen. That's fine. You could say, hey, I want to listen, but you know, give us something to give us like what do you want to listen to? Like where's the
Yeah, ask
edge?
a question. Yeah, you could
You
type
know what I mean? Just ask a
they could
question.
type a question, because otherwise you're gonna get more Muppet Show retrospectives.
Yeah, you're gonna get maybe some Fraggle Rock, maybe some Big Bird
Indio,
exploding over
aren't
Big
you the
Bird
one who
exploding over
came up with?
Florida.
Aren't you the one who came up with like the Glover spirals phrase for their spirals? Or is that
The Glover
Professor?
Spiral or the Glover Spiral?
Yeah, like the different spirals, like whenever they start going.
Mental?
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
either
know.
you or Mr. Professor.
Oh, it's probably Radwin. Professor Triangle.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be Wolfgang for real. Like he has a whole variety of different types that go over spiral. So
I see AI Overlord is here. I don't know if Indio and AI Overlord saw this morning. I posted the 2 honorable mentions from our top 10 last night, which are the no hands moment and the granite countertop versus the globe moment. I think what we need to do for this year,
that was that.
huh?
You actually nominated that one? I would have
No,
voted
it
for
didn't.
that.
No, it should have gotten nominated. I put it as an honorable mention because it didn't get nominated. I
Yeah, the
know,
granite.
because we were just we were like on the fly, you know. You like the granite countertop.
Oh yeah, dude. Because it was making them so mad.
It was good.
He's like, so I have this square, but it's actually a triangle. I know that they were confused. They had no idea what a carpenter square was. And then he said it's a triangle. They're like, crazy flat earther thinks a square is a triangle.
Yeah. I should have said that I have. I'll use another square, which is a lowercase l.
So would that be squared?
I'll have to post it again, that podcast. I really liked it.
I know AI, that was freaking dope, bro. That was like the ending of the Matrix when Neo sees the Matrix and Angel Smith comes up and tries to punch him. You're just like blocking every punch, dude. It's hilarious.
Yeah, so this year, 2026, we need I think we will do better at getting clips because
Like,
we've
listen,
got
bro. You don't want to be looking at your cell phone.
Is he hot mic'd?
and maybe he's just lagging. I don't know. And now he's muted. Yeah, I put it in there. The podcast episode. I think it'll be easier to find clips for the top 10 of this year because we've got Machen doing those episodes where they're titled with what's happening in them.
Oh yeah, he's making it effortless.
Mhm.
Absolutely effortless.
Yeah, I should share that channel too in case people haven't seen it.
India, you remember the clapper?
Oh yeah. Clap on, clap off, clap on, clap off. The clapper.
Yeah, when you clap it on, the countertop's a globe. When you clap it off, it's flat.
See? That's my God. That was good stuff, man. They were dumbfounded, man. That's why it's so great. It's like they were so arrogant and like, and even though they were simpletons, they understood that they were getting cooked. And that no scientist that they could bring in would have a better answer than they could muster because, like, what you were saying was so simple and true.
Well, to be fair, I had to punish them because they didn't want to hear about my observation.
Yeah, I know. Right? But, you know, you kind of missed the opportunity because they were like, ships go over the horizon, and he never provided any observation. But when you said you have an observation, or you said you have something and can't show, he's like, well, you don't have the thing here, so we're not going to talk about it. Well, he didn't have anything either.
Right.
But you're covered nicely with you had an observation of your granite countertop, so you're doing a real time observation in the voice chat.
It's probably quartz.
You know, there's a good one that's like what happened, like what you did. Wolfgang got it. I only listened to half of it, but the guy was like, "You guys must have been abused as children because you don't trust any government authority." And Wolfgang just said, "You know, we asked you for evidence, and like, and we've demonstrated that the Earth is flat, and now you're just like talking about us, dude. Like, it's really good, dude. He like almost did the same thing you did, but he did it, you know, the Wolfgang way, which was just a little bit different. It's a really good way to corner them, is to drive them with evidence to like the point where they just like abandon their argument and just like start the ad hoc